This is Audible.
The Priestess Becoming. Written by Maranda Wilson. Read for you by Angela Olfast. Chapter 1. I was lying there in the hospital bed, exhaustion overwhelming me. The very idea of getting up made me even more tired. Oh, what I would do to have 4 hours of uninterrupted sleep. It didn't help that the nurses and other staff continued to parade into my room every single hour to check on me, empty my trash, fill my water pitcher, and do whatever else they needed to do. That made sleep impossible. The 2 days I had been here had seemed like an eternity. What am I going to do? How am I going to get past all the constant interruptions and the strong smell of antiseptic cleaners that envelops the building? All I know is that I need to sleep. Do not get me wrong. The nurses were nice and everything, but I just didn't want to be there. I did not want to be sick. I had been pushing off even visiting a doctor because I was so sure it was unnecessary and my symptoms would simply go away. However, after 3 months had passed and things were no better, in fact, I felt worse than when it all started. I finally had to acknowledge something was wrong. So, into the doctor's office I went. One chest x-ray and CT scan later, I had been admitted into the hospital without hesitation. They did not even take the time to fill out all the obligatory forms. They just rushed me right into a semi-private room filled with all manner of gadgetry. It was then the real exams began. The probing, needle punctures, and uncomfortable testing that requires fasting and drinking a foul substance. All of it took a toll on my once lively body, making me tired, irritable, and simply put, miserable. The doctors had now assured me that the results would be in tomorrow morning, and we could develop a treatment after that. That was my only saving grace. Someone was going to have to plan to get me back to the living. My master plan for my life was currently being derailed by my very own body. I was not particularly happy with myself right now. Come on, Cassie, stop beating yourself up. You must take a deep breath and release it. This is not you. You are better than this. Better than wallowing in self-pity. I had to let go of this anger and depression. Nothing I could do about it until tomorrow anyway. I pressed the little wired remote control to contort the bed into something less akin to a camel hump in hopes of finding a position that was mildly comfortable and adjust my pillow for the zillionth time. Perfect. No, not quite perfect, but a significant improvement. My eyes gently closed, and drowsiness started to overtake me. Then it hit me. I had to pee. I let out an aggravated sigh and swung my legs off the bed, setting out on an arduous quest for the tiny bathroom. Suddenly, I felt a sharp stinging pain in my arm. The blasted IV. I forgot my tether. A wave of weakness rolled over me, and my legs were no longer able to hold my weight. I grasped for the safety of that cursed hospital bed that I had been so eager to escape. What once seemed like a prison to me was now my salvation. I found myself gripping onto those cold metal bars now, praying for the pain and weakness to subside as I slowly dragged myself back onto the thin mattress. It would have been a bit easier if I had been successful in flattening it before I climbed out of bed, but that was unimportant now. This was absolutely freaking stupid. I slammed my fists onto the bed, half out of anger at myself and half to release the wave of pain. But all I managed to accomplish was to accidentally press the bed's control mechanism, elevating my feet another inch or two, just enough to make the bed unbearable once more. The rage filling me was some of the worst I had ever experienced, but I had no one to blame but myself, or at least my frail body. I was 19, and already my body was in open rebellion. I'd thought I had at least 50 or 60 years before I would need to face that reality. I had the will and the mental fortitude to do anything I wanted, but my body was too weak to even stand. I reset my mind and my purpose with a large breath. I tried again, but this time more slowly and with greater caution. I unplugged the IV, and the annoying beep began. The IV served as a minor support as I made my way 5 feet to the bathroom. Made it. It seemed like such an accomplishment. Now I had to fight with the IV stand to cross the threshold and enjoy my cool, sanitized porcelain reward. Who knew a barely noticeable bump in the entranceway could cause this much hassle? After significant maneuvering of the IV tubes and a few loose wires, I managed to fit myself into the petite-sized bathroom, only to find myself entangled in the cords and unable to reach far enough to slide my underwear down. I let out another exasperated sigh. All I could do was shake my head, regroup, and continue. I was exhausted when I finally sat down upon my ivory throne, not sure if I had the energy to make it back to bed. I eyed the red help button and briefly considered pressing it, but ultimately refused. I was far too stubborn to admit defeat. Instead, I sat here for several moments to regain what strength I could in preparation for the return expedition, listening to the incessant beeping from the IV. It stirred a vague memory of a tune from my childhood, but for the life of me I could not place it. Instead, the rhythm just added a minor annoyance to my ongoing frustration and a motivation to get back to bed and connect the cursed device back to its mount. I twisted myself off the seat, redressed, and gave my hands a halfway wash, all the while making sure the IV did not get wet. Another slow turn, and I was on my way back to bed. I eased myself up and plopped unceremoniously onto the bed, completely drained. What the heck is wrong with me? I pounded the bed frame with my fist once more and incidentally rattled the monitoring device. It let out an irate beep in response that I could only imagine was its form of cursing. After calming myself, I leveled out the bed as best I could. Thankfully, the exhaustion made it a bit easier to get comfortable, and closed my eyes. It wasn't that effective, as the 200,000-watt halogen lights burned through my eyelids, and the nurses never let me turn them off for long, as they insisted on turning them back on every time they entered and checked my vitals. Still, I managed to drift off briefly into the realm of dreams, until I heard a sharp rapping sound that stirred me back to reality. Someone was knocking on the door. Why even knock? The door was standing open. My eyes flicked open to reveal the blurry silhouette of a woman entering the room. A nurse. Just wonderful. Having a tough time sleeping? Did you want me to ask the doctor for something for you? No, thank you, I grumbled. I was almost back to sleep. I tried very hard to hide my ignorance and irritation. She nodded and collected all of my vitals before exiting. I noticed her make several notes on some Post-its and then leave as quickly as she had appeared. I resituated myself and attempted to get comfortable once again, refolding my pillow, and thankfully, sleep quickly returned. It could only have been minutes later when another nurse entered the room. I didn't even acknowledge this one by opening my eyes. Just a flicker of disgust was all I could muster. Then, moments later, a louder, more sustained knock echoed through my room. It was enough to jar me awake and convince me that the concept of sleep is wasted on the medical profession. The nurse was not alone this time. She was accompanied by 4 other people, my doctor and 3 others I did not recognize. All but one was wearing medical standard blue scrubs. The gentleman who walked in last appeared very different from the rest. He wore a charcoal business suit, and his face bore a no-nonsense look. His short, dark, perfectly styled hair complemented his slight olive-tinted skin and muscular physique. If not for his scowl and the aura of coldness surrounding him, I could have envisioned him appearing in the March edition of GQ. My doctor cleared his throat, drawing my attention back to him. Dr. Fisher was not an unhandsome man either. He was a bit older, late 50s I would guess, with salt and pepper hair, a strong jaw, and cheeks with a honey complexion of Native American ancestry.
Cassie, the results from your MRI are not good. The cancer has metastasized everywhere. There are tumors in your chest, pelvic region, arms, and legs, which explains your shortness of breath and abdominal pain. The most concerning are those in your brainstem and those we found from yesterday's biopsies that have permeated your bone marrow. The tumors in your brainstem are, thus far, contained to the lower region, near the base of your neck.
I felt my heart sink with each word he uttered. I was pretty sure it had stopped beating for a few seconds. He finally paused to give me a moment to take in the tragedy of my life. I am going to die. Here lies Cassie, age 19, maybe 20, if I can hold out a few more months with treatment or divine intervention. Tears welled up in my eyes as Dr. Fisher continued.
There are no real successful treatments. We can give you chemotherapy, radiation, and a bone marrow transplant if we find a match. However, we believe the mass at your brainstem will cause too much damage by the time the treatment could possibly get it under control.
I took a large breath, trying to ensure I kept control of the emotions raging inside me until those people left. What are you saying, Dr. Fisher? I managed to sputter.
I am saying that the standard medical procedures have less than a 5% chance success rate and will likely prove ineffective in the time necessary to prevent further spread into the brain tissue. The aggressive treatment plan would consist of such a quantity and severity of chemotherapy that it would likely create irreparable damage to your liver, heart, and other organs.
This was not real. It could not be. I kept focusing on breathing. It was the only way I could maintain any semblance of composure in my newfound surreal existence. I knew my body was being mutinous, but not this. God, please, anything but this. I sat in silence, staring blankly at an azure, cloud-filled chest X-ray, contemplating the words Dr. Fisher had uttered, over and over. My mind fixated on the phrase, standard medical procedure. What are my non-standard medical procedures? I asked in desperation. Dr. Fisher's eyebrow raised a bit in reaction to my question. He glanced over at the man in the charcoal suit, who nodded slightly and then approached my bed.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Acorn. I am the research development lawyer from Kanzi Tech. I am here to propose an alternative treatment.
I am listening. I did not really know what else to say. I knew I did not like the doctor's optimistic 5% chance of success. Those did not seem like good odds to me.
Our company has developed a new technique to heal the body. We have tested it on primates and other test animals with no complications. However, you would be one of the first humans to be tested. Also, you would be unable to move during treatment, which would last several months. It sounds difficult, but I would point out the success rate would be around 95%. You can't promise her that, the doctor interrupted forcefully. You have no idea how it will affect humans. The doctor stepped forward and positioned himself between Jeremy and me. Jeremy kept his eyes focused on me and repeated his earlier claim with a slight change. A primate with similar complications would have a 95% success rate. The lawyer then turned to the doctor and stared directly into his eyes, and you could feel the stare pierce the doctor's soul. What I am offering her is a chance, much better than what you're offering. Who in their right mind would take a 5% chance of success over what I'm offering? We have discussed this. Do you believe this is the best treatment for her? The tension was palpable, and I shrunk back a little into the bed. Yes, the doctor whispered and backed away, turning away from the lawyer, breaking eye contact. I found the courage to break the silence. What exactly are you offering? You said that I wouldn't be able to move for the treatment. So what? Will I be in a coma? Your body will be in a coma-like state. You will be placed into a pod. Think sci-fi. We will inject nanobots into your blood system. They will act exactly like repair cells. Due to the newness of this treatment, we are only allowed to place a very limited number of nanobots. We anticipate that it will take several months for you to be completely healed. That may change, however, based on whether we can get further approval for additional nanobots. It could actually take less time, but the National Health Organization is watching this project closely, and I do not foresee them doing so until there are successful cases, like yours will be. So, I will wake up 3 months later, all better? It sounds a little too good to be true. We can discuss further details if you're willing to sign a non-disclosure agreement, or NDA, and you feel comfortable discussing these details without the entirety of the hospital's doctors at your bedside. I glanced back around and realized the number of people crammed into this tiny hospital room. It took ages for the doctors to visit before today, and when they did show up, it was 5 minutes tops. So this opportunity that was being offered was legitimate, but it seemed that there were some mixed feelings of concern, maybe curiosity. Everyone was looking at me for my reaction. Yes, I am willing to sign the NDA to learn more about this treatment. Great. Now, if everyone else can leave the room, I will inform Cassie of all the details around this treatment option. He actually remembered my name, very different from anyone else here. They always had to look at my chart, and this cold businessman did not have to glance at anything. Point 1 for him. He quickly herded everyone out of my hospital room and gestured for someone outside of the room to come in. It was a large, burly man, holding a leather binder. He offered it to Jeremy, who quickly took it and opened it. The binder was set on my hospital table with a pen placed next to it. Jeremy slid the hospital table directly into my lap. Please sign below. I glanced over the document. I didn't understand most of the details, but it was pretty clear that if I said anything about his proposal, I would be risking everything. I hesitated to sign it, but I didn't really have much of a choice, did I? Fact 1. The hospital was offering me a very apprehensive 5% chance of survival, which did not allude to a promising recovery. Fact 2. There was another option with a 95% recovery rate, but it was risky. However, it could not be riskier than this disease. So, I signed on the dotted line. Well, all 3 lines where the little arrows pointed and read "Sign here." I pushed the paperwork back toward Jeremy. Signed. Now,
tell me what exactly you are proposing.
I am here to offer you an opportunity to test new nanotechnology. Your body will be put into stasis for several months. If everything turns out correctly during the stasis, your body and the injected nanobots will be able to eliminate the cancer along with any other medical issues you have.
So, I am going to fall asleep and then wake up healthy?
Not exactly. Your mind will remain in an active state in order to assist in the healing process, which is accompanied by having your brain connected to our servers. You will even be able to write emails to your family and friends.
My mind started turning, and something clicked. Wait, Kanzi Tech, the gaming company. Are you talking about the first ever full immersion game? I can't remember the exact name, but several of my friends have been talking about it.
Quest World. That is correct. So while your body is healing, you have an opportunity to play Quest World for free and give feedback to the game.
What's the catch? It was too good to be true. I was missing something.
All of this is a trial. We have tested everything out as far as we can, but not on humans, the lawyer stated.
Why me? I could not help but ask. With millions of people in this world, why choose someone on their almost deathbed?
The Federal Drug Administration, FDA, and other agencies refuse to allow this test to be done on healthy or possibly curable patients. We have chosen 50 candidates with different conditions that did not have favorable odds using standard medical practices.
So, basically, people that are going to die, which includes me. I sighed heavily. What's the actual cost? Months in a coma sounds expensive, and my parents can't afford anything beyond the insurance they are already providing me.
We will cover all the costs, stated the lawyer.
So, let me get this straight. I started speaking forcibly. Option 1, I have a 5% chance of coming out of this alive and intact after using a significant amount of chemo and radiation, which will cause its own damage. I may also need to have brain surgery. Or option 2, I have a 95% chance of survival. I go into a coma, test out this game for you, and my body is healed of the cancer. Also, the possible side effects of the immersion process could range from a sniffle to death, because you honestly don't know what will happen to humans during this process. Am I going to assume there is a contract coming into play and you probably cannot tell me more? Is that correct?
Yes, the businessman nodded.
He seemed to relax a bit, knowing I understood and that I was considering it. So, what happens if it does not work, or I receive permanent damage not caused by the cancer?
No liability for the company for any ill effects, but you will receive a salary of $25,000 annually while in our care, and you can keep all the standard gaming gear you receive with a 10-year subscription to the game.
Honestly, that did not sound all that bad. $25,000 a year was more than I was currently making, if I didn't work any overtime, which I had to do during the weeks I was not in school. Luckily, I did not apply for any summer classes, and it was not time for me to sign up for fall classes either. I was not going to be able to work while getting treatment. During the standard treatment plan, all the medical bills and living expenses would start piling up. It would crush my parents and me financially for years to come, and we most likely would never recover from it. My overall outcome did not look good either. What if I died and laid all that debt at my parents' feet? I knew deep in my heart I could not do that to them, not for a minuscule 5% survival rate. All right then, make it a lifetime subscription and get me on a life insurance policy. It doesn't have to be huge, maybe $100,000. This would help my parents out, just in case this all goes south.
We can handle that. Once you're on payroll, you will automatically receive 2 times your salary in life insurance. and the lifetime standard subscription can be thrown in.
I nodded. That's fine. That will be enough to bury me and pay off my student loans. So where is this paperwork? I must be crazy. I should talk to someone before I make this kind of commitment. However, if we are being honest, once I make a decision, it's practically pointless to try to change my mind. The businessman pulled out an expensive leather folder with what seemed to be no less than 100 sheets of paper.
Once the paperwork is complete, you will immediately be transferred to our facility in Nebraska. I would recommend making all your necessary phone calls during this time. Once there, you will be out of reach for 3 to 5 days, but you will be able to email anyone you wish. Please understand, we will review those emails to ensure nothing proprietary will be released and inform you of any alterations that must be made.
I took the form from the folder. The paper was textured and very high quality. Must have been linen paper. I felt like I was being tricked in a way. No one ever thought me worth nice paper. I opened the folder, which revealed a fancy pen in its holder and several yellow tabs, marking where I needed to sign or fill in information. I slid the pen out of the holder, and it was unexpectedly heavy. Yep, fancy, just like the man in front of me. I began filling out the large stack, moving from yellow tab to yellow tab. Confidentiality paperwork that covered more of the previous NDA, medical release, benefit paperwork, I-9s. Hey, they matched the first 5% of their 401k plan. Totally signing up for that. I also found a description of the treatment, nanobot tech, and side effects, which included everything from a cough to the undesirable word death. No surprise there. Now the adrenaline was starting to disappear, and exhaustion was taking its place. My eyes closed, and I lay back for a second, giving my hand a minute. It was cramping.
Have you completed the paperwork?
I opened my eyes and was again reminded that the businessman had not left and was waiting on me to finish. What's your name again? I asked.
Jeremy Acorn.
Jeremy, I am almost done. Didn't know you were still waiting.
Mrs. Jenkins, when I said we would leave immediately after you finished, I meant within 10 minutes after completion. Your medical situation is dire, and if we wait too long, we aren't sure you'll be healthy enough for the procedure, and you will lose this opportunity.
It was worse than I thought. Sorry, I am just so tired, I said meekly, slightly ashamed of my momentary break. I went back to work and continued to bank information and emergency contact. Finally, after I wrote out my name no less than 50 times, the last page had 3 simple lines. Username, password, email. Well, I am always Yuktena forever, a throwback to when I played World of Blackness during high school. Do not tell my parents. I also wrote in one of my standard passwords and my current email. Once done, I slipped the pen back into its holder and closed the folder. Done. Chapter 2. Jeremy took the folder and handed me my purse that was next to my bed.
You might want to call your family now.
He pulled out his phone and texted something. I ignored him and called my mom. Before she could answer, 3 big burly guys in business suits came in with a wheelchair. Honestly, I was not sure how their bulk could fit into those suits. Their muscles were almost bursting out of the fabric. One of them picked me up, and I squealed. My phone started slipping out of my fingers, but I was able to fumble my way and barely save my phone. I heard my mom on the other end and quickly put it up to my ear. What did the doctor say? I told you it would be nothing. I could hear her filling up a pot of water or the sink. I glanced at the time on my phone and realized it was her normal time to do dishes. Mom? Do I tell her the truth? Does it matter? It would just cause her to worry. Maybe at least part of the truth? What is it, honey? You could tell she had stopped whatever she was doing. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I saw her now, drying her hands, focusing in on me, like she had done so many times before. It's just a tumor, Mom. They're going to take care of it, but I won't be able to call you for several days. From what I understand, it will be exhausting for me, and I will need a long time to recover. Do I need to fly there? I'm sure your dad and I could find the money somewhere. No need, Mom. They said something like a 95% chance of success. However, I will have a problem talking for a while, so I will mostly have to email and text. Just wanted to keep you in the loop. I could feel the flood of questions coming from my mom, and before that began, I quickly stepped back in. They are here ready to take me back. I love you, Mom. At this point, Mr. Burley had placed me in the wheelchair after disconnecting the IV monitor from the IV. Mr. Braun and Mr. Muscles were walking behind me as Jeremy took the lead. I love you too, honey. Let me know you're okay as soon as you can. Will do, Mom. We made it to the elevators, and I didn't want the risk of getting cut off because I knew that it would give my mom some serious anxiety. So while waiting for the elevator, I tried to speed up the conversation. I gotta go, Mom. I love you. The elevator chimed, and Mr. Burley pushed me into the elevator. The phone went silent as the doors closed. Not sure if Mom hung up or the elevator cut us off, but at least we said goodbye. Worst case scenario, I had told my mom I loved her, and those were my last words to her. I nodded and resolved that this would not be the last time to talk to my mom, and I didn't get a chance to say, I love you, to Dad. I was not ready to die. If there was anything I could do to save myself, I would do it. This is the right choice. I truly hope I am making the right choice. We made it to the ground floor, left the elevator, and proceeded out of the hospital. A brand new dark blue SUV was sitting there at the entrance. Mr. Muscles opened the door, and Mr. Braun lifted me up into the captain chair in the middle row. Mr. Burley already had the wheelchair folded and was putting it in the back. Jeremy got into the front. Mr. Muscles got into the driver's seat. Mr. Braun opened the rear side door across from me, where both Braun and Burley got into the very back seat. They had done this more than once. Everyone was graceful and purposeful in their moments. I was not the first person they had picked up. Burley placed my purse and my bag of belongings in the empty chair. Anyone else you want to call? You will have about 20 minutes before we get on the plane, and it will be a 2-hour flight. Yeah. I looked back at the phone, unlocked it, and went through my contacts. I decided on one mass text for my friend list. Surgery. They are shipping me to another hospital. Will be MIA for a bit. Miss you and keep me in your prayers. I thought about calling Ginger, but we had gotten into a fight the week before because her boyfriend was a douchebag. I had caught him making out with someone from chem class, and Ginger refused to believe me. She was probably still upset, so I just threw my phone back in my bag. I thought about calling my dad, but I knew that would make my mom suspicious. My exhaustion once again swept over me. I wanted to close my eyes for a brief second. After I closed them, however, I did not want to open them back, and so I decided to just settle back and fall asleep. The next time I awoke was when Mr. Braun was lifting me out of the car and carrying me. I heard him making soft, comforting noises, and he felt safe. I do not know what overtook me, but I snuggled close and drifted back to sleep. I felt a jolt, and my eyes flew open. Braun and Burley were sitting in front of me. I looked around and found an airplane window to my left. Outside was the runway, and the plane was slowing down. Had I slept through the entire plane ride? I could hear Jeremy behind me. We have arrived with test subject 33. She is in worse condition than those hillbilly doctors let on. She mostly slept since we picked her up. Hillbilly? It was slightly odd hearing him use slang, but then he continued.
Yes, I understand. I'm going to immediately put her in treatment and forego the initial testing. I think we can use the hospital data for starting metrics. All right. I will get new blood work to double-check blood characteristics. I know she will be the first one to enter testing, and I know it wasn't our top choice, but I do not see any way around it. All right. It's time to deboard, so I need to go. Yes. All right. Bye.
The plane door opened, and a flood of bright sunlight shone into the cabin. If I was not awake before, I was then. Mr. Burley got up and walked toward me, but I put my hand up, gesturing for him to stop. I will walk. Now that I got some sleep, I feel much better. Mr. Burley nodded at me, and I unbuckled myself and slowly stood up, using the chairs to support myself. Burley stayed close to me. Everyone else had left the plane except for us, and I started to feel subconscious. I finally made it to the exit. When I saw the stairs did not have railings, I immediately sighed, then turned to Burley. Yeah, those stairs aren't going to happen unless I scoot down them. Mr. Burley chuckled.
You remind me of my daughter. We have two options. 1, I go first and you hold my shoulders, or 2, I can carry you down the stairs.
I like option 1. I backed up and to the side, holding the wall of the plane, and Mr. Burley took the first step down. I grabbed his shoulders, and we slowly walked down together. My confidence in making it down was slowly declining. About halfway, I almost changed my mind and opted for option B. However, I saw Mr. Braun was waiting with my wheelchair at the end of the stairs, so I only had to make it a few more steps. I can do this. I'm going to be honest. My weakness had been making me angry over the last several months, and this moment truly brought that frustration to the forefront of my emotions. With the new energy, I forced my legs to continue, step by step. As I took the last couple of stairs, I really thought about whether I was making the right decision. I had to look at this as a virtual vacation. Who knows, they might have been a beach in-game where I could sit and enjoy the view, play in the water, watch dolphins off the coast, find some seashells. I had never been to the ocean before. That, in itself, would totally be worth it. I made it down the stairs and to the wheelchair, and I fell into the seat, grateful for the rest. They rolled me to this huge modern building. I started to look around and realized the plane and runway were both private. Call me impressed. The building was at least 2 or 3 football stadiums big, with at least 5 stories. This was not just a building. This was a complex. Mr. Burley opened the door to the lobby, and I got to see this amazing entrance, completely open, with windows on the wall and skylights covering the ceiling. It was almost like I was in a greenhouse. There were several trees planted inside built-in planters. The back of the lobby was full of gleaming silver or shiny metal, which kept reflecting the light and images of greenery. If heaven had a lobby, this is what it would look like. Mr. Muscles went to the lobby desk.
We have the new employee, Cassie Jenkins.
The lady pulled something from under the desk, a large envelope.
Mr. Muscles took it with a smile and handed it to me.
I opened the envelope as my escort continued to push me to the elevators. Inside, I found a badge with a picture that I did not remember taking, probably stole it from FaceSpace. I found more benefit information, a username and password for a work email, and an employee handbook. I almost felt like a legit employee except for my entourage, and I almost missed a post-it note. Apartment 94. Badge access allowed for assigned employee and medical staff. I did not think that post-it note was for me. We walked out of the elevator, and it looked very similar to a fancy hotel or apartment complex. Signs pointed to distinct groups of apartment numbers. Mr. Braun asked,
"What apartment number have you been assigned?"
94. We continued our journey, following the signs. After only one wrong turn, We had missed the sign. We finally made it to apartment 94. I badged us into the door. I rolled into a very nicely furnished apartment, if I owned an apartment like this. It was a small, top-of-the-line kitchen and very modern but comfortable living room in shades of gray with accents of turquoise. We didn't stay long but headed straight into the bedroom. Mr. Muscles put my hospital bag and purse into a drawer. This room broke the illusion. This bedroom had a more medical feeling. There was no bed in it. It looked more like a pod you see in space movies, but instead of it being vertical, it was at a 45-degree angle.
The boss asked us to get you into the unit as quickly as we could. The doctors and nurses will be here very shortly. They were called as soon as we arrived. They will take your blood for testing and get the treatment started.
Okay. I stood up, and using Mr. Burley as support, I made my way to the pod.
You are going to have to untie the hospital gown so they can pull it off before they close the pod. You won't be able to have anything in the unit with you.
That's fine. Can you untie it and hold it together as I get in? He nodded and helped me in. I'm not gonna lie, it was more difficult than it should have been. Traitorous body. Mr. Muscles had to step in and help me get in. I laid down in the pod. I heard a knock on the bedroom door, and soon doctors and nurses flooded the room. A nurse immediately started drawing blood from the IV. After filling up 10 different tubes, she left. They pulled off my gown and adjusted me to my side. I felt several sharp sticks along my neck and spine. They rolled me back, making sure I lay in a very exact position in the pod.
We're going to implant a heart catheter and connect your brainstem to the pod. We already established limited activity, which is good news.
The doctor checked a screen on the pod's side.
This prevents any movement of your body, and it gets access to put in the nanobots. Any questions?
Can you just put me to sleep for all of this? I am getting more nervous by the second. The doctor nodded.
Close your eyes and count to 10.
1, 2, 3. A sharp pain bit into my neck, the most painful thing I had ever felt. In that moment, everything changed. My vision went black, and my body went limp. I was lost to the darkness, and the rush of panic surged through me. Chapter 3. The pain lasted for the briefest seconds, and what I believed to be a loading screen icon showed up in the corner of my vision after a few excruciating moments. Welcome to Questland. Please log in. A voice seemed to echo in my head. It was a little annoying how the echo sounded. A screen popped up in my vision. I was not sure how to put in my username. I tried to mentally push the username section, and a cursor started to blink. I mentally spoke each letter in my head, and they showed up on the screen. I mentally clicked the password, and it started to fill in like before. I thought, enter, and it went into a loading screen. Would you like to make a character? The echo was still there, and a little harsh on the ears. Yes, please. A mirror image of myself popped up. I had long, straight, light brown hair, green eyes, and a round face with what I felt were perfect lips. Not too small, but not too big. It was one feature I liked about myself. Everything else I saw in the mirror, I didn't have a positive outlook on. I was plump and curvy. I had battled weight all my life, and I gave up after I graduated high school. I tried to think thinner, hair color, or anything to alter my appearance, but nothing worked. I mentally sighed and thought, done. The mirror disappeared, and a map appeared in front of me. Please choose a starting location. Okay, that echo is super annoying. Hopefully that is just in character creation. I will get a headache if that continues. On the map, 3 locations were highlighted: Bridgeport, Candleview, or Deer Lake. There were some basic descriptions when I clicked on the location. Deer Lake was a wheat farm village near a large lake. Candleview was a village in between the mountains and forest. The last choice was Bridgeport, a village where the sea and a river met. Bridgeport was tempting, but something about Deer Lake called to me. Farming village, fertile grounds, quiet life. It sounded safe, which is something I needed right now. So I highlighted, and I thought, done. Another loading screen came up. It did not take long, and I could feel my body again. It was very strange. I kept my eyes closed and tried not to move. I could not ruin the treatment, and I could not afford to get hurt. My mom would kill me. Then I heard the chirping of birds and the sound of crickets, and I could not help but open my eyes. Above me was this large willow blocking out the newly risen sun. I sat up and saw a huge lake that almost covered the entire horizon. On the very edge of the horizon, on the other side of the lake, was a village, or at least what I thought must be the village. Tiny specks of wooden buildings were all I could see. It was beautiful. I lay back down and took a deep breath. This was not so bad. Vacation, here I come. I took a deep breath and realized I was beginning to itch. My mind went immediately to bugs. Nope, I do not do bugs. I looked down in search of the bugs and the itch when I realized I was wearing a scratchy, ill-fitting peasant dress. It was rough and off-white. I was hoping that it was supposed to be off-white and not stained with anything. Looks like I'm going to go buy me some clothes. Then it hit me. Cassie, this is a fantasy game, not a vacation. Is there a clothing store in the village? I seriously doubt it. And if anything, it would be similar to what I already have. Cassie, you are a noob. You do not have any money, gear, supplies, anything. Wait, I do not remember picking my stats either. Oh no, what does that mean? A red exclamation mark was blinking in the far left corner of my vision. I focused on the annoying blinking light, and a letter appeared in my hands. Hello, Miss Jenkins. We want to confirm your transition correctly. Do you have any concerns or questions? Your body has responded well to being put into stasis, and the nanobots are working brilliantly. Please reply quickly so we can confirm your safety. Jeremy Acorn. I thought about responding to him, and paper and pen appeared in my hand. I tried to find a flat surface, very unsuccessfully. The view is spectacular. However, the character creation voice is echoing and annoying. I was unable to alter my appearance. What should I do? Not sure what the next steps are. Am I supposed to have a character sheet? I was unable to pick a class, race, or name. I think the overall character creation needs some work. Other than that, everything else so far seems to be working. Cassie. I thought done, and the paper vanished again. I breathed a huge sigh. Well, I made it into the game, and I will be here about 3 months, so I guess I need to start playing. My first goal would be to go into the village and see if I could find some quests and earn some gold. I began to walk around the large lake, looking for a path or road. At first, the grass in between my toes felt wonderful. But the first time my foot found a pocket of soft ground, the mud covered my foot, and the situation became very real. I didn't have shoes. I found several other muddy spots, and I did not want to think about if there was anything living in the tall grass, and if I would discover it with my feet. All right, scratch the new clothes. Shoes were the first thing I was buying. This game held a little too much realism. No need for snakes or mice or whatever I heard moving. My body felt just as weak as it was in real life. I was panting and shaky from the few hundred feet I had trudged. All I could do was keep going. I continued to walk around the lake. Several times I had to stop and sit in the grass or on a large rock. The sun was still climbing in the sky, and the village didn't appear any closer. I kept fighting, making my way. When the sun was directly above, I realized I was hungry. Why am I hungry? You do not get hungry in game. Well, I guess some survival games you do, but not fantasy games. Another question I had to ask Mr. Jeremy. In fact, I should do that now. I thought about sending a letter, and the pen and paper appeared again. No shoes? No starting gear or rations? Might want to evaluate that. I quickly sent the letter, and it disappeared from my hands. I looked around and saw how far away the village still was. I was not sure I could make it there today, but I had to if I wanted any hope of getting food and possible shelter to sleep in tonight. While I was pumping myself up to start the next leg of my journey, I spotted a road. Okay, road was a bit of a stretch, more like beaten dirt path. As I was making the last few steps toward the road, a red exclamation mark popped up in the corner of my vision. I stopped, hoping Jeremy had taken pity on me and sent me shoes. But when I opened, no letter appeared, just some words at the bottom of my vision. Congratulations, you have earned Walking Skill 1. 1 foot in front of the other might get you somewhere. 100 XP. Well, that was a little disappointing. First gamer to ever experience disappointment for leveling up a skill. Oh well, on I go. Needless to say, as soon as my feet met the path, they found a sharp rock. A red bar appeared at the top middle of my vision. A small sliver seemed to be missing. I sat down on the side of the road and looked at my foot. There was a small cut on the pad of my foot. Great! Okay, Cassie, you are in a game. What would you do? Cast a healing spell. Make a bandage. Take a potion. I do not have any of those things. I guess I could make a bandage. I need cloth. I looked at my dress, grabbed the hem of my skirt, and tried to tear, like you see in the movies. That didn't work. The fabric was sturdy, and my lack of strength, well, let's just say I'm glad I did not have an audience. They would have laughed at me, and I would not have blamed them. I saw the red flashing exclamation mark again and opened the letter that appeared in my hands. We have fixed the character creation voice, just a small tweak in the frequencies. We are still working on other character creation issues. We have another tester coming in and can test it. The game took your life stats and applied them to your character, just like your name. You will be starting significantly lower than other players, so you will need to be careful during combat. Also, it did not take any relevant skills. You will have to learn them over again. As far as what to do, I recommend finding shelter, a source of income, and food. This is your new life for 3 months, so go for it. Also, I will investigate starting gear. Jeremy. Well, that was helpful. Not really. I tried to figure out how to respond, but could not produce anything, so I opted not to bother. When I looked back down at my wound to determine what I needed to do, the bleeding had stopped. I sighed and stood up. Then I heard the sound of hoofbeats. A rush of excitement filled me, and I got on my tippy toes and looked around me. Out in the distance, there was a cart and mule headed toward the village. On the front seat of the cart, there was an old man with white hair and a patchy beard. He was wearing farmer clothes, an off-white long shirt with a single tie at the neck of the shirt, and loose-fitting deep brown pants. As he got closer, I could see his face better. His wrinkles were numerous and deep, and several sunspots marred his skin. He was chewing on a large blade of grass, not the grass you imagine when you think of lawns, but the tall kind around a pond. Movement in the cart caught my eye. There was a young teenage boy in the back. His clothes were a replica of the older man's. He looked sweet and innocent with his boyish blonde hair and light-colored eyes. However, as I kept staring at him, I realized something was off. He seemed to stare off in the distance. I searched the area where he was directing his attention, and I could not see anything special. I did a double take just to make sure I didn't miss something. He was staring so intently toward that particular direction. I was going to have to ignore the boy's strange behavior. I did not want to look too closely at this gift horse's mouth after all. I had to take the chance and hope this family would help me, and maybe I could discover what kept the boy's interest. I took a step into the road and waved, "Hello." The elderly gentleman began to slow down the cart. Once he came to a complete stop, he turned to face me. "Are you headed to the village? I injured my foot, and I don't think I can make it there before it gets dark. Who knows what creatures would come out at night? I know I didn't want to find out. I know several feminists who would be upset with me for playing the damsel in distress. I am a damsel, and I was in distress. Honestly, even with some good shoes, I was not sure I would make it to the village in time. I was just so weak. So the feminist could suck my toe as far as I was concerned. I needed help, and I was going to take it where I could get it. What is a young lady like you doing so far from the village?" He was staring at me intently, and I knew the next words I said would determine if he would help me or not. I have been traveling for several days looking for work, and I was hoping to be lucky enough to find someone to teach me a trade. That was the right thing to say, and he nodded his head. "Well, come on up." I limped over to the cart, trying not to put any real weight on my injured foot, afraid it would start bleeding again. I grabbed the cart and attempted to pull myself up. However, my body was not strong enough. With all the walking I had done today, my body had nothing left, and I just collapsed on the road. If that was not bad enough, I cried. Not the sexy tears you see in movies, but those horrible, gut-wrenching tears. It was just too much. All of it. The illness, my weakness, the chance of never seeing my family again. I understood that I had made it into the game, but no one knew for sure if they could get me out. And even if they did, would I be healed? I mean, really, nanobots. Like in space movies? We do not have the technology for that. I was so stupid to agree to this. Part of me wanted the old man to just leave me, and honestly, I could not blame him if he did. I was pathetic and hated people to see me like this. The old man took pity on me. Bless his soul. He called out to his boy and told him something, but I was crying too loudly to hear what they were saying. I nearly jumped in surprise when the young man picked me up very easily and placed me into the cart. He was strong, very muscular, warm, and smelled of lavender. His eyes continued to stare at something far off, his eyes never making contact with mine. I'm not sure what it was, but his presence calmed me down. He placed me into the cart very gently next to his father, or grandfather maybe. He reached out and brushed my hair away from my face, and yet he seemed to see right through me. It was eerie. As soon as my tears were completely gone and my hair no longer in my face, he jumped back into the back. The old man got the mule going again, and we started the journey. The silence let me think a bit. My life sucked right now, but I could not let myself wallow in that. I had to move forward and create something a little more bearable. I had to grip this game with everything in me and squeeze everything out of it, so hopefully I could make some decent lemonade out of this mess. I turned toward him. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. Mine is Cassie Jenkins. Thank you so much for your kindness. I am Jacob Southfork. Do you often visit the village? Yes, we have a farm close by. We make butter, milk, and eggs, and we often bring produce to sell to the village. That sounds wonderful. There were a few moments of silence. I was trying to figure out what to ask next when Jacob spoke up.
Those weren't "I am looking for work" tears. Wanna tell an old man what's wrong?
Part of me cringed inside. Giving away my thoughts and feelings was giving myself to someone I didn't know, and in the end, he could hurt me with them. I knew telling would help me work through my experiences, but I didn't know this old man, nor did I really trust him. Then again, it was just a game, right? He was just a bunch of zeros and ones. Why not? What could he do? I am sick, or I was. I'm still very weak, and I lost my family. So even when I get to the village, I'm not sure what I will do or what my future will hold. The last straw was being so weak that I couldn't even get into the cart and take the help you offered me. He just nodded as he chewed his grass. Pawpaw, help the girl. I almost jumped out of my seat. I had forgotten the young man was in there. The old man turned his head slightly toward the back of the cart and said,
"We will, my boy."
He turned back toward me.
"I forgot to introduce you to Sam. He is a good boy, quiet. He does not talk much, but understands if you talk slow-like. He is a very hard worker, too. I would never be able to run the farm without him."
Jacob was smiling, and pride was radiating off of him.
"Anyway, he is right. We can help you find a place and maybe an apprenticeship. What skills do you have?"
How do I explain to him that I do not have any skills? Like none. I mean, if I were home, I could say I was good at math and science, and I was in pre-med. Let us be honest, though, that probably was completely useless here. I did not have any practical skills. Even if I did, they would not apply here. I am having to start over again on all my skills because of how sick I was. Jacob nodded in understanding.
"You must have had a really bad sickness to regress your skill points. Sam was hurt really bad a few years back, got a permanent debuff on him, minus 80% on all mental attributes and skills, and minus 50% on all experience gained for mental attributes. One of these days I hope a high priest will wander through and take pity on him and heal him. My wife and I continue to save every coin in hopes that we will be able to sway him, but this is a small village. I doubt a high priest will ever come through, but I will keep praying to the gods."
I will pray for him too. He seems like such a sweet boy. I turned toward the back of the cart and gave Sam a huge smile.
"Having no skills makes it very difficult to find you a place, though. Not many will take on an adult with no skills."
I started to frown. This was a starter village and should have starter quests, right? I started to speak, but realized he was deep in thought and decided to give him a moment. He perked up and had a huge smile on his face.
"I know. We will talk to Maggie."
With his optimistic view, a little of the unease vanished. I noticed several notifications blinking in the corner, and I opened them while there was a lull in the conversation. Congratulations! Your relationship with Jacob has increased by 1. Congratulations! Your relationship with Sam has increased by 2. Congratulations! You have been offered the quest, Talk to Maggie. Follow Jacob and Sam to the village and then to Maggie's. Rewards, 100 XP. +1 relationship with Jacob. +1 relationship with Sam. I closed the notification, a little excited about my first quest and glad it was relatively easy. Then again, some of these escort quests can end up in battles. I hoped for everyone involved that was not the case. My stomach made use of the moment of silence to rumble, loud enough to be quite embarrassing. I wanted to disappear. One embarrassing event after another.
"Child, when's the last time you ate?"
I had to think for a minute. It seemed like a lifetime ago. In the hospital, I was fasting due to testing, but now I was starving. It was like my body finally realized it had not eaten in a while, and it had had enough. I honestly don't know. It's been a while. I heard Sam move, and he shoved a cloth-covered parcel under my nose. You eat. Sam not hungry. Tears were trying to escape, but I took the parcel. Sam, are you sure? He acted like he did not hear me and went back to staring at, well, the distance. You're sweet, Sam. Thank you. I held the parcel nervously in my hands, not sure if I could take it from Sam.
Go ahead, child. I will make sure my wife fixes him a big meal tonight.
These were good people, and I was so grateful we had met. I unwrapped the parcel to find a turnover, the crust buttery and golden. The wave of guilt came rushing back as I noticed the intricate pattern around the edge. This was made with love and care. I took a large breath. This is just a game, Cassie. I am a player, and these are just NPCs. I know this feels real, but it's not, Cassie. I lifted it to my mouth to take a bite, but brought it back down. How was I going to repay this kindness? Should I even worry about it? However, I could hear my mother's voice in my head. You were given a kindness, Cassie. Of course you will honor that gift. I will pay Sam and Jacob back for this kindness. I took a bite to find a savory meat pie. The gravy was thick and full of flavor, chunks of meat, carrots, and potatoes. This was the best food I'd had since leaving for college. The richness of the flavors really surprised me. This is amazing, I said in between bites. Jacob just grinned.
My wife is the best cook in the county, although Millie at the inn hopes to one day catch up to my Ruth.
He was so proud of his wife. It was adorable. One day, I wanted a husband who could be that proud of me. The meat pie was gone before I knew it, and a notice popped up on my screen. I opened it. Congratulations, you have gained the well-fed buff, plus 5% health, stamina, and mana regeneration for 2 hours. I quickly dismissed the notification. Good to know that food could help. Chapter 4. When I looked back up, I noticed the village was not far off. I was caught off guard by the busyness of the village. Many wagons and carts were filled with wheat or flour. The smell of fresh bread wafted through the village. I saw a couple of skinny chickens chasing after something. Honestly, the scene reminded me of the opening song in Beauty and the Beast. Bonjour, bonjour, good day. The melody quickly took over my inner dialogue, and it brought a sense of familiarity and peace. We headed directly into the city, down the main street, until we reached a large circular public area. I wanted to say town square, but it was definitely a circle. In the middle of the circle was a large fountain, or what was once a fountain. No water was falling down the statue of a knight holding his weapon to the sky. I could not make it out because half of it was missing, the other half covered in moss and dirt. The rock wall surrounding the fountain was very worn and crumbling, but somehow managed to hold water. The water was filled with algae, and you could see flies and mosquitoes flying directly above it. Several other wagons had stationed their mules and horses around the fountain. Jacob found an empty space next to the fountain and parked the cart. He signaled to Sam. Sam jumped out of the cart and tied the mule to one of the several posts surrounding the fountain. Sam then went to Jacob and practically lifted the man off the cart and carried him to the edge of the fountain, where Jacob then sat on the wall. Sam then came to me and lifted me out as well. It caught me by surprise, and I had conflicting emotions. Part of me was grateful for the help, because I had been worrying about falling directly onto my face when I finally got the courage to attempt to climb down. But another part of me did not want to need help. I wanted to resist and prove to myself I could, but deep down, I knew I couldn't. Sam was just trying to be nice, and I was being foolish, and I didn't want to confuse or hurt Sam. As he was carrying me to the fountain, I was able to get a really good look at him. He kept his eyes away from mine, but his features were losing their boyishness and entering manhood. If it weren't for hair and his lack of attention to the world around him, I would never have mistaken him for a boy. He would be very handsome in a few years. There is no doubt about it. My thoughts were interrupted by the crowd beginning to form around us and the cart. Sam set me down, and Jacob immediately started to give him simple and direct directions. I jumped in and helped as much as I was able to. 12 eggs to an old lady, 3 blocks of cheese to the inn's runner, Jack. It did not take long before we had to start turning people away. Many grumbled about wheat soup again. I was not really sure what they meant, but I could hear the very dissatisfied tone in their voices. When the cart was empty and the crowd dispersed, I sat next to Jacob on the fountain and wiped the sweat off my brow. Even though I did not do much, just hand people their groceries, it cost me more than I had anticipated. I noticed another notification, and while we were resting, I decided to open it. Congratulations, you have increased your relationship with Jacob, +1. Congratulations, you have increased your relationship with Sam, +2. Congratulations, you have gained the skill Barter 1. You have gained 100 XP. You now understand that money buys goods. I snickered at the game's sarcastic attitude, but after Jacob gave me a strange look, I dismissed the notification and turned toward him. Your goods sold fast, and the land seems fertile. Is there a food shortage or something?
I wouldn't say food shortage, more like a variety shortage. Most of the nearby farms are required to grow wheat for the king. The amount required is so high. Farmers do not have time or enough land to grow or produce anything else. I was lucky that when the king's men came, they missed our farm or thought it was too small to put me on the farming registry and mandate wheat production.
That must make life somewhat difficult here then.
Not for me and mine, but for the rest of the village, it does. The crowd requires them to sell a mandatory amount to the crown before selling any surplus to others. The sell price is barely enough to pay for taxes and maintain the farm. Every so many years, we get a huge harvest and are then able to catch up or get a little extra. Now, come on, let's see Maggie.
Jacob hobbled to the cart, and Sam followed him. Once Jacob got next to the seat, Sam lifted him in before Jacob could say anything. Sam then quickly went to the other side and waited for me. Again came the dilemma of attempting to climb into the cart myself and making a fool of myself, or accepting the sweet boy's kindness and strength to get into the cart. I hated to admit that the little bit of work of helping a few of the customers had drained my stamina bar quite quickly. It was still recovering very slowly, and I did not want to know how low my endurance was or what trait was responsible for the stamina bar, but it must have been pretty pitiful. I walked to the front seat where Sam was waiting for me. I had to use the cart to support me. As soon as I made it to Sam, he quickly lifted me up and into the seat. He then pulled himself over the side and jumped into the back. I envied him and his physical ability, but I guess he paid for that ability. Seeing his eyes glaze over, staring in the distance, I knew he was paying for it dearly. We traveled to the far northeast side of the village. There were 2 run-down cottages right outside of town. One was significantly worse than the other, not even having a door. I wondered which cottage held the infamous Maggie. Jacob pulled the cart next to the less run-down hut. Once again, Sam was by our sides lifting us out of the cart. He was eager and smiling brightly. Maggie. He quickly clapped his hands 3 times and headed toward the door. Jacob paused by the cart and pulled out a small parcel from under the seat. Jacob went to the door, and I followed quickly behind him. Sam was already knocking on the door before we made it. He turned toward us and clapped again 3 times before repeating, "Maggie." A small, quiet voice spoke, "Come in." I could barely hear it, and if Sam weren't already opening the door, I would have thought I was hearing things. The inside of the hut reminded me of those third-world videos. The straw roof was sagging in and had large patches of mold in it. It was a fairly large room, but very dark with just a few beams of light coming from holes in the roof. All of the furniture was very worn. The bed in the corner was covered with threadbare blankets, several with fairly large holes and worn spots. The linen once had a pattern on it, but you couldn't see it now. There was a shelf next to the fireplace with dishes. All of them were chipped or cracked. There was a large rug on the floor. In its previous life, it had been gorgeous. You could see some of the glorious pattern, but now it was worn, with several small holes throughout the rug. Although the cottage was run down, it was fairly clean and tidy. A very old woman was sitting in a rocking chair next to the fire. Her face was covered in wrinkles, her hair a thin gray, her shoulders slumped and curled in, and she barely pushed the rocker back and forth. Her hands were knobby, curled almost completely into a fist. It reminded me of my great-grandfather before he passed away. He had rheumatoid arthritis and was constantly in pain. It would be safe to assume this old woman was as well. "I am so glad you came to visit." Her voice was weak, but she really did sound pleased. Sam beamed and sat on the floor next to the old woman. She patted his head and began to rub his hair gently. You could tell by her movements that it pained her, but that did not seem to matter to her or the boy. Jacob took a seat on the unlevel stool across from her.
"Maggie, I want to introduce you to Cassie. Her family died of a sickness. She survived and has nowhere to go, and the disease caused her skills to reset. I was wondering if you could help her."
I am not sure where he got my parents died, but then again, I was going to a new place after being sick. I guess it was logical. I had mentioned I'd lost my family, and it's not like they were in this world anyway, so I'd better let that misinformation go. It would be so much harder to explain the truth. After all, this was just a game. What did it matter? Even though a part of me knew that, to me, it did matter. "Not sure how much help I could be. I am just an old blind woman." I looked up at her announcement and looked into her eyes. They had a semi-white glazed look over them. I was a little shocked I did not notice it before.
"Now, Maggie, don't sell yourself short. Before you lost your eyesight, your weaving was the best in the kingdom. The king would request your work and the spells you would inlay in the pieces."
He sighed, remembering the good old days. "I can't do any of that now, Jacob. I am blind, and I can barely move my hands. All I can do is wait to die." "No die. Sam's Maggie. Maggie no die." Sam was annoyed, agitated, and anxious. Maggie immediately bent down and hugged Sam's shoulder, which calmed him quickly. "Sam, it's okay. Maggie is just an old woman." She released Sam's shoulder and kept petting his head. A few moments of silence seemed to remove any tension from Sam's demeanor. That's when Jacob continued.
"Maggie, you have a lot to offer. You can teach her your craft. You can introduce her to everyone in the village and help her make a home here. Not only that, but I truly believe she could help you too, at least until Sylvia comes home."
Maggie stayed silent, and Jacob did not push her. Sam was enjoying Maggie's caressing finger. I decided to break the silence and hope that I could learn more about Maggie. "So, Maggie, what did you make for the king?"
"Which time?"
She chuckled and continued.
"The first time he heard about how soft and fine my weaving was, he requested bed sheets. While weaving, I had this inspiration to weave with this special pattern and add a touch of mana at certain points in the pattern. I then had to make purple dye in Millie's bathtub at the inn. I added several herbs enhanced with mana. It came out so soft, but it took me over 2 months to complete it. I sent the sheets out and didn't hear anything, so I was so nervous that I had made the king upset."
"So, was he upset?"
"No, one of his emissaries came back the following year because not only were the sheets miraculously soft, but also they had saved his life. He had grown sick, and none of the healers could heal him. They changed his sheets to my sheets one day, and the once vibrant purple sheets turned black over the course of the night, and the following morning, the king had healed. When they removed the sheets, they had become hard, brittle, and unusable. I believe they ended up in a pile of dust, the magic gone."
"Wow, that's amazing."
I was truly surprised myself. I had not meant to create saving linen. That's what the mages called it. So they had me make several bolts of this fabric for the king. It gave me enough money to buy these 2 cottages and live peacefully in my old age."
There was excitement and pride in her voice.
"I would make 5 bolts of that purple fabric every year for him until I lost my sight."
The melancholy came back after she mentioned her sight again. I tried to think of another question to break the tension that was slowly building again. Before I could, Maggie spoke up.
"All right."
I nearly jumped. I was the only one that was startled.
"I will do it on one condition."
"Yes, ma'am. What is it?"
Jacob asked.
"Ruth has to make me a cake for my birthday next week. The apple one."
Jacob smiled.
"You know she was already gonna make you a cake. I will let her know you want an apple one."
Maggie nodded.
"Cassie, I am going to request that as I teach you to weave, you make me a new blanket. It's been so long since I could make myself something new, and I fear that my blanket really won't last through winter."
Immediately, a red exclamation mark popped into the corner of my view. I ignored it as I responded. "I would be more than happy to do that. Your kindness is so great. That is the least I can do."
"Now that it's all settled, Maggie, Ruth made you a meat pie."
He took out the parcel he had gotten out of the cart and unwrapped it. I remembered the taste of the meat pie I had eaten earlier, and my mouth started to water. Maggie stopped petting Sam and offered her hands. Jacob placed it squarely in her hands and ensured she had it before letting go. Maggie held the meat pie reverently, taking small bites and chewing very slowly. As I watched her, I thought about her life. I could not imagine not having my sight. To live in a world of darkness scared me, and a small shiver went through me. Plus, she was all alone. I wonder who Sylvia is. How long has she been gone? I then remembered the notification I received and decided to open it while everyone was busy. Congratulations, you have completed the quest. Talk to Maggie. Rewards 100 XP. +1 relationship to Jacob. +1 relationship to Sam. +1 relationship to Maggie. And a place to rest your head. Congratulations, you have been offered a quest. Maggie's warm blanket. Maggie will teach you how to weave fabric and make a blanket, but the first one goes to her. Rewards 500 XP. +1 weaving skill. +10 relationship to Maggie. Congratulations, you have accepted the quest, Maggie's warm blanket. After Maggie finished eating her meat pie, Jacob spoke.
Well, Sam and I need to get going. We will come back next week to visit.
Both Jacob and Sam got up and headed toward the door.
Bye, Maggie,
Sam said right before he left. Jacob soon followed him, and the cottage became very quiet after they left. I was searching for topics of conversation when Maggie spoke up and interrupted my thoughts.
Well, there is no time like the present. Are you ready to begin learning how to weave?
Yes. What do I need to do? I had been here nearly all day in-game, and the only skill I had really picked up was bartering and walking. Neither of them would help me make a living or home here.
I have some wool left that I never got around to using. Over there in that corner, there should be a large bag.
She pointed to the corner across from the fireplace, away from the bed.
You will want to pull that over here next to your stool.
I walked over to the large bag. It was fairly heavy. Had I not been weak, I would have been able to carry it. But now I had to drag it across the floor to the stool. What do I need to do next?
In the chest at the end of the bed, there should be some carding brushes. They are probably down in there a bit because it's been a long time since I have been able to use them.
I walked over to the chest and opened it. I wasn't 100% sure what I was looking for. Something to card wool. Carding wool. Isn't that where you brush wool? So I am looking for some brushes. I found several folded pieces of parchment with writing on them, and I tried to ignore them. However, my curiosity was trying to get the better of me. There were several wooden tools. None of them was something I was familiar with. Finally, I caught glimpses of 2 identical brushes meshed together. I grabbed them, pulled them out, set them to the side, and tried to tidy up the mess I'd made inside the chest. Giving up after a moment, I decided just to close the chest and hope Maggie didn't get too mad about the chaos I'd created. I walked back to my stool and sat down. I have everything.
Now, hand me some wool and the carding brushes. I will show you.
I laid the brushes in her hands, making sure the rough bristles were facing up so as not to accidentally scratch or hurt her. I opened the bag and looked in it, only to find an empty black bag. I knew this bag was heavy. Something had to be in there to make it so heavy. I put my hand carefully inside the bag, ready to dig deep, but as soon as my hand went inside the bag, my vision shifted to a screen with a slotted bag. This bag had 30 slots. In each slot, there were stacks of fine wool. I tried to imagine one wool, and I felt a heavy weight in my hands. It was a super soft clump of wool. I took it out of the bag, or at least I tried to. It never seemed to end. Finally, I got all of it out and had to use both of my arms to carry it to Maggie. Before I plopped it into her lap, I realized this was probably too much. I set the mass back on top of the bag and pulled the stool Jacob was sitting on closer to Maggie. I then put the fluff on top of it. I grabbed a fairly large handful and offered it to Maggie. She just sat there with the 2 brushes in her hands. I waited for a few moments before realizing my stupidity. She could not see it. I nearly face-palmed, except my hands were full. "Here is the wool," I said to her. She reached one hand out tentatively after setting one brush on her lap. I placed the wool in her hand.
"Now, watch me."
She began using both brushes to comb through the wool. As I watched for a few minutes, another red exclamation point popped up in the corner of my vision. I almost opened it before Maggie started speaking again.
"Can you see the little fluff balls that aren't thinning out like the rest?"
Her hands glided carefully over the brush to find one example, and she plucked it out.
"Bring me the wooden bowl from the chest."
I quickly got up to retrieve it. Not really remembering it during my last expedition, I opened the chest and looked deeper still. Finally, I found it and took it to her. However, I couldn't find a place to put it. Her hands were full, her lap was full, and the stool next to her was full. "Where would you like me to put the bowl?"
"Right here."
She gestured to her knee. I felt slightly awkward, but I attempted to place it there. It was sitting there, precariously, and I was nervous it could fall at any time. She immediately started pulling out the small clumps, almost like tiny fuzzballs, really. After the wool was combed several times and the little fuzzballs picked out, it created a cloud of super soft and smooth wool.
"This yarn should have all the stones, twigs, and dirt picked out. But do not be surprised if you find them, or that when you buy wool, it has it in it. I used to buy only pre-cleaned wool because I did not have enough time. Starting out, you will have to do all of it yourself."
That makes sense.
"Now, place the wool back into the bag. Once a unit is created, it will be stored in the slots. It's time for you to try."
I placed the finished wool into the bag, and it stayed there. It did not automatically vanish, which part of me was expecting, even with her warning that I had to create a unit. I placed the bowl directly below me, in between my feet. I scooted the other stool closer to me and then took the brushes and a handful of wool. I attempted to copy Maggie's movement and brush the wool in between the 2 brushes. I was not efficient or graceful, although Maggie's movements were slow and pain-filled. Her hands had moved gracefully and with experience. Mine, on the other hand, were clumsy at best. There were several areas that the wool would not smooth at, several clumps staying firmly in the wool. Multiple times I had attempted to take the fuzzballs out, but when I did, I seemed to take half the wool with it. As I kept trying, I started to separate the good bits and put it in the bag. Then I grabbed another handful of wool and kept going. I was slowly getting better at it, and finally managed to go through the one unit I had initially pulled out without wasting too much, I thought. I looked at the fuzzball bowl and cringed. It was more than I had thought. There was a lot of good wool, but I couldn't figure out how to get fewer fuzzballs. I sighed and put the last of the good wool into the bag, where it disappeared. I stuck my hand in and saw one slot had carded fine wool. I thought about grabbing another unit when I realized the sun must be setting because the light had mostly disappeared. Maggie was asleep in her rocking chair. I decided to clean up and then read my notifications. I was exhausted and knew I could not really work anymore. All I wanted was some place to rest my head until morning. I dragged the heavy bag to its proper corner and put the brushes and fluff bowl away in the chest. I tried to place the bowl so that it would not turn over and get fluff all over the place. I crossed my fingers as I closed the lid. Somehow, the chest let out a large thump when the lid closed. Maggie startled awake. Sorry, Maggie. Didn't mean to wake you.
It's fine, child. It's best I lie down in bed instead of this chair.
She got up slowly and walked very carefully to the bed. Although she was careful, I quickly realized she knew the exact layout of the cottage and where everything was. It wasn't long before she made it to the bed.
Now, before I forget, go to the cottage next door. There is a bed in there. We will probably need to re-straw the mattress tomorrow. That cottage has been vacant for some time. I would definitely beat the mattress before lying down. I am not sure what critters have created a home there.
She was able to climb into the bed, but I could tell it was painful for her. The whole time I sat there nervously, waiting to act if needed, to help in any way, but I didn't want to overstep my bounds. She wrapped the blankets around her, and I knew it was time to go. Chapter 5. I left Maggie's cottage, and my stomach started to turn. A little uneasy about what critters I would find in the other cottage. The first thing I noticed was that this cottage did not have a door. It was open for anyone or anything to enter. There was once a door. I could see the broken hinges on the one side of the entrance. I looked into the cottage, not really able to see anything but the outline of the bed and a few other pieces of furniture. The darkness had taken over the night, and I was not sure what to do. How do you beat the mattress? I nervously took a step into the cottage, my hand gripping the wall for emotional support. My hand found something, and I nearly jumped. After there was no sudden movement, I squinted my eyes and brought my face closer to it. It looked like a broom, with little to no bristles. I immediately grabbed it for the lifeline it was. It was going to be my defense against the unknown creatures. Why do I have the feeling that I'm going to get weapon skill broom, and that would be my highest skill in about a month? I hope not. I walked closer to the bed, ready to retreat at any moment. I took the broom and beat the mattress with 3 wild strokes. I heard some scurrying, and something brushed my foot. I jumped and ran out of the cottage. Whatever god or goddess is out there, please let me have scared everything living out of the bed, and please let me sleep tonight. I creeped in and hit the bed again. 3 quick raps. This time, nothing else ran out, or at least I didn't hear or feel anything. I sighed with relief, but I wasn't sure I could lie down. I was exhausted, both mentally and physically. I really did not have a choice. Please, for all that is holy, let no unwanted guest visit me in the night. I lay down and set the broom against the bed framework, easy for me to grab quickly. The notification icon was blinking at me, and I decided to ignore it for sleep. I prayed that sleep would claim me quickly, so I did not have to think about the noises of the night. Luckily, sleep quickly stole me away, but it didn't take long for me to find myself in a meadow next to the lake. This lake was different from the one I walked by this morning. The lake was covered in cherry blossoms, the scent coming in on the wind, and more cherry blossoms rained down across the meadow and lake. There was a large tree, and under it was a table with 3 chairs. A white porcelain tea set with a delicate floral design sat on the deep mahogany wood table. It was a beautiful and calming sight. In the distance, I saw this gorgeous woman. She had long flowing hair with pink and white flowers braided into it. She was wearing what looked like a white Japanese kimono with pink and gold floral embroidery throughout, and a pale pink belt. I was not sure what it was actually called. No matter, it was truly breathtaking. She was stunning with her delicate features and large blue eyes. Her steps were small and graceful. Caught in her beauty, I almost missed the other figure headed toward the tree. This figure was very different. She was tall and fit. Her brown curls were bundled up, and they cascaded down her back. She wore a white toga with a gold belt and a gold pin at her shoulder. Where the first figure was delicate, this woman wrapped herself in strength, and you could feel it. She had a golden shield on her back and golden bracers and greaves. The two were both breathtaking sides of a single coin. Goddess. The warrior bowed her head slightly to the delicate beauty. In return, the delicate beauty bowed slightly. Goddess. They walked to the table and both sat down. The delicate one turned toward me, for the first time paying me any attention. Come and join us, Cassie, for tea. Both of the women were looking at me intently, and I slowly made my way to the table. The delicate one gestured toward the empty seat, and I sat down with as much grace as I could. For the record, compared to these two women, I was a klutz. I just felt awkward in their presence. The delicate lady poured 3 cups of tea, starting with the warrior. She was so elegant. Seraphina, would you like to begin? Her voice was quiet, but had a beautiful melody to it. The warrior looked up at me and nodded. My name is Seraphina. I am the goddess of protection and healing. This is Hababa, the goddess of art. We are here to discuss some options for you. You have several characteristics that both of us find favorable in our priestesses. After your call last night to all deities, and since more than one was willing to answer, we thought it proper that you decide which deity you want to serve. I just stared at them. I'm not going to lie. I was in a complete state of shock. I just shouted to the gods because, well, I just did. But I didn't think they would actually answer. I'm going to have to be a lot more careful with my words. Poor thing seems shocked, Hababa commented. That is one of your traits. It's not precisely one of my traits, but it does tend to be a natural consequence for those who align with me. The warrior just rolled her eyes, slightly annoyed with my weakness, which was evident. Sorry, I am just confused. What exactly am I choosing? Your class, my dear. If you want to choose one now, you technically don't have to choose priestess. You can stay the way you are. Hababa explained. So I could be a priestess of art or a priestess of healing? You could also choose priestess of protection, but I agree that doesn't suit you as well as the other two. Seraphina contributed. What's the difference between the two? The priestess of healing has skills and spells focused on healing, removing debuffs, and adding minor buffs, but adding buffs is a minor part. The priestess of art has skills and spells focused on producing art, increasing speed of production, and stronger enchantments, depending on the artistry, not just the functionality of an object. The best example I can give you is that you could weave a standard piece of cloth and get 5 defense bonus and +3 to the auditory skill. But if you create it with a design with thought to color and shape, you could have a +10 defense and +5 to the skill. Oh, well, that makes sense. Both goddesses took a drink of their teas. Hababa, you do make the best tea. Thank you so much for hosting. Why, Seraphina, you are always welcome to visit me in my gardens. Resting is not in my nature. I know, but you are always harping on your followers and patients to do just that. Both of them laughed fondly at each other. During their chat, I drank a small sip, and it was delicious. I typically don't like tea,
But this was an herbal tea of some sort, and it honestly tasted of peace, if that taste could exist. Now, I am willing to provide a miracle to you if you worship me and become my priestess. I am willing to transform your bed. No pests can infest it. You will get better sleep on it and some other insignificant things," said Seraphina.
Hababa replied, "I am also willing to provide a miracle to you if you choose me. I am willing to transform your bed into a great piece of art. It will be soft and beautiful and give you inspiration for further projects. I am also willing to throw in a pair of shoes."
I took another sip of the tea to stall for time. "Okay, Cassie, you can't just look at rewards, no matter how much you want to. This will define how you are going to play and live for the next several months. As much as just creating art sounded fun and enjoyable, that whole vacation idea, I knew that being a single player, combat would come for me at some point. At least as a healer, I could help with the aftermath of the battle or keep them alive to finish the fight. It just seemed impractical to just be an artist, as much as I wanted to do just that. Not only that, but I also remembered Maggie's blindness and Sam's permanent debuff. Maybe I could heal them before I left, to repay the kindness they had shown me. I knew players could be very cruel, and I wondered what would happen to Sam if he stayed the way he was and a couple of douchebags found him. Before I could change my mind and make this more complicated for myself, I went with my gut. "Seraphina, it would be an honor to serve you and do your work." Plus, the pest-free bed was a huge selling point. What did it matter how soft it was if it would be taken over by unwanted guests? Seraphina smiled brightly at me. "Well then, that's settled. Your first task is to heal the people of the village and spread my name."
Hababa poured her another cup of tea. "I do believe her time is almost up."
"You are right, Hababa. You can send her away now while we finish our tea." Before I could even blink, I was gone. The sun glaring at me was what woke me up. The memories of dreams flooded me. I hoped I had made the right choice. I knew I had made the right choice between the two, or I thought, but I was not sure about choosing either of them. That was all in the past now. No going back. The annoying notification alert was blinking at me. No time like the present. I opened it. There were several, not just one. I was not sure where to start. I looked through the list and saw I had a letter from Jeremy and thought it was as good as any place to start. "Cassie, the coders were able to find the problem and correct the starting sequence. However, it won't be much help to you. We will continue to evaluate the need for starting gear. Several players have now mentioned this and expressed your same concern. Please let me know if you have any concerns. Jeremy Acorn." Well, that seemed like a waste of a letter. Nothing else but to move on. "Congratulations. Your strength has increased from 2 to 3. You have gained 300 XP. Keep lifting those bags of wool. Congratulations. You have developed the weaving skill. You have gained 100 XP. One day you'll be able to make something warm. Congratulations. Your weaving skill has advanced from level 1 to 2. You have gained 200 XP. Brushing animal hair is fun. Congratulations. You have chosen a class, Priestess Healer 1. You have gained 100 XP. You have prayed to the gods and one has chosen to hear you. Seraphina, the goddess of protection and healing, has gifted you with +1 intelligence, +1 medicine, +1 prayer, and +1 orator. You now gain 1% of all your congregation's experience gains, and now gain experience for converting anyone into your congregation. You may also lose experience if you lose members of your congregation. You currently have 0 members in your congregation. Congratulations!
you have been granted the prayer Minor Bless. It gives you a +1 to luck if you are aligned with good. Congratulations, you have been granted the prayer Minor Heal, +1 to health for 5 seconds. Congratulations, you have witnessed a miracle from Seraphina. She has blessed the very bed you sleep on. Bed of healing. Bed cannot be infested with monsters or critters. Plus 10% resting speed for followers of Seraphina. 10% chance to receive the buff, well rested. +1 to all stats. If a follower of Seraphina, +5 to healing for every hour slept on the bed of healing. This bed becomes more powerful as the faith of the priestess and her congregation grows. Congratulations! You have been offered a quest by Seraphina, the goddess of protection and healing. Heal her people. The village of Wheaton has been forgotten, and many of its inhabitants suffer health ailments. Grow your healing abilities and heal 10 townsfolk in her name. Rewards. Increase reputation with Seraphina. Increase morale for the town of Wheaton, and increase healer renown. Optional. Special rewards will be granted if permanent injuries are healed or downgraded. I closed the notifications after viewing the last one. The anti-pest bed was worth it, to not have to deal with bedbugs, spiders, mice, and whatever monsters could be lurking. At the very least, I had a safe place. Now, it was time to really look around me. There was a very large hole in the roof that let the sun rays beam directly into my eyes. That was what had awoken me. I thought about covering my eyes with my blanket, because part of me wanted to go back to sleep. The only reason I did not was because I didn't know how clean the blankets and straw were. I knew critters lived here before last night, so it was not worth the risk of putting it on my face. The room was pretty bare, 2 broken stools and a broken bench right in front of the fireplace. The fireplace was rough, mostly packed dirt and a few stones at the bottom. The walls were heavily cracked in some areas, and my roof was moldy in several spots. I saw my handy broom at the edge of the bed and a few hooks next to the opening of the cottage. Beyond that, nothing was here. My guess was it must keep most of the rain out, and that is about it. My stomach took a moment to protest. The last thing it had was the meat pie from early yesterday afternoon. I was not sure where I was supposed to get breakfast. Could I ask Maggie for breakfast? Should I? She was already generous enough to teach me and provide half a roof over my head. My stomach protested again. Realizing I had no other choice but to beg for food, I got up somberly. I would pay Maggie back some way. Somehow. I got up and brushed my clothes off to remove as much dirt and wrinkles as I could, quite unsuccessfully, I might add. I looked for anything that might give off a reflection so I could try to put myself in some kind of order. I found a flat piece of tarnished metal on the floor in the corner covered in dust, dirt, and straw from the roof. I picked it up and looked at it. I could see well enough after rubbing it clean, I had to make do. I combed my hair with my fingers and decided to braid it, mainly because I wanted to get it out of my face since I had a feeling I would just be carding wool most of the day. I would have to figure out how to wash it soon, like no later than tomorrow. There is very little worse than having loose, dirty, greasy hair in your face. I looked in the metal piece and was a little sullen. I looked pretty bad, but there was nothing else I could do. A notification icon popped up in my vision. I immediately opened it. Congratulations, you have developed the grooming skill. You have gained 100 XP. You know presentation is half the battle, and that is the half you are going to win. Congratulations, you have progressed to level 2 human. You have 3 attribute points and 1 skill point to assign. You must assign points to attributes and skills you have used to gain experience at this level. Attributes: Intelligence, +1. 8. 9. Wisdom, 9. Fortitude, 5. Dexterity, 7. Endurance, 4. Strength, 3. Beauty, 7. Charisma, 7. Luck, 5. I understood what most of the attributes meant. Intelligence was how smart I was. Wisdom was how I could apply my intelligence, and fortitude must have been like metal resistance. Ouch. Really? 5? I did not think I was that bad. Dexterity was speed. Strength was Hulk smash, and endurance was how long I could keep it all up. No real surprises there. Those numbers were about how I felt. Sucky. Beauty? A 7? I was not sure how I felt about that. It could have been worse. I mean, a 7 out of 10 was not bad, I guess. Oh, this was depressing. Next was charisma, social ability. Then luck must have been luck. Being able to see my stats kinda was hitting a very real place. My life was summed up by a few numbers. I recalled Jeremy. The game took your life stats and applied them to your character. I understood why my physical stats were so low, but still, it hurt a little. Well, I was able to raise 3 of them. I jumped to intelligence. My mom was constantly telling me over and over again the only thing you could take with you was your knowledge and experience. That was an easy choice. I thought about how much I hated being physically weak, but I was not sure if the physical attributes would help me with my chosen profession of healer and priestess. I eyed beauty. Every girl wants to be beautiful, even me. Charisma would be helpful to a priestess, but beauty would attract eyes, both good and bad. Maybe I needed to be stronger before I chose beauty. I gave a small shiver to a memory I refused to remember. Enough thinking, Cassie. Choose. Intelligence, charisma, and luck. I need all the luck I can get. To be fair, I do not think I am wrong. Congratulations! Your intelligence has advanced from 8 to 9. Congratulations! Your charisma has advanced from 7 to 8. Congratulations! Your luck has increased from 5 to 6. Now, on to choosing a skill. Bartering, 1. Weaving, 2. Grooming, 1. Medicine, +1. Prayer, +1. Orator, +1. I reviewed my choices. I knew I had 2 quests I needed to complete, one with healing and one making a blanket or linen. So really it was between those 2, medicine and weaving. I had a teacher for weaving. I did not have a teacher for medicine. So the choice seemed straightforward. Congratulations, you have developed the medicine skill. You now understand the human body can be healed. I did notice that I did not receive any experience when advancing either the attributes or skills. I mean, that would almost be double dipping, so that made sense. But I'm not gonna lie, I was hoping to get at least the skill experience. I needed to keep that in mind when I made choices. I was still a little surprised that grooming was a skill, but then again, I have watched a few YouTube videos of those famous makeup artists that can truly transform their appearance. It was a skill or talent I knew I did not have. Well, since half the morning was gone, I snidely reminded myself, I headed to Maggie's cottage. I stood outside for a few moments, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Maggie, it's me, Cassie.
Cassie, come on in. I have the porridge cooking.
Thank goodness I did not actually have to beg for food. I was truly dreading that part. I needed to figure out how to not rely on charity.
fast. I ducked into the cottage and saw Maggie bending over the fireplace, stirring a small black pot. "Is there anything I can help with?"
"Grab the 2 bowls and spoons on the shelves right there."
She pointed in the general direction of the cabin. I spotted the shelf with cups, bowls, spoons, and a few clothes. I grabbed the bowls and spoons and brought them to her. "Here are the bowls and spoons." She offered her hands, and I handed them to her. She stopped and seemed to be thinking for a split moment.
"Can you get us some? My aim isn't as good as it used to be."
I felt so silly right then. Yes, absolutely. I took one of the bowls and filled it with porridge. I switched bowls and filled the other. She shuffled to her chair with her bowl and carefully sat down. I headed to the stool I sat on yesterday. I began eating. The porridge was bland. That was the nicest way of putting it. However, beggars cannot be choosers, and I was starving. I ate it with gusto, and I will say the porridge was very filling. The hunger pains were gone. Was I satisfied? No, but I wasn't hungry anymore, which was more important. Both Maggie and I scraped every bit of porridge out of the bowls. I did not know when my next meal was, which was something I truly did not like. When I was growing up, my parents had come upon challenging times several times, and food had been scarce. There were several nights all of us had to go without, and that time made me very diligent about making sure I had enough food or funds to get food for at least a month. Otherwise, I became really uncomfortable, just like now. I would have to figure out a solution, and soon.
"So, we are going to take the dishes, some laundry, and the 2 buckets down to the lake. We can wash everything and get water for the rest of the day. Then we will come back, and you can continue working on carding the wool. Once everything is carded, then we will move on to spinning. But I assume that will not be until tomorrow. It depends on how long we are working on dishes and laundry."
That sounds wonderful. Let me fetch the linen on my bed, and I will be right back to help. I raced over to my cottage and quickly took off the very holey bed sheets and the blanket that was nearly in 2 pieces. Seeing it in the light of day made me second-guess my decision to sleep there last night. It was probably a very good thing that I could not see the condition of it last night. There were several stains that I honestly did not want to think about. I wrapped the sheets around the blanket and tied it in a knot to make a little bundle. I tried to rush back to Maggie's, but halfway, I had to stop and take some deep breaths. Deciding slow and steady wins the race, I slowed down and made it back to Maggie's. There were 2 buckets next to the door and dishes inside one of the buckets. I placed my bundle next to the buckets and went to help Maggie remove her bedding. I made a similar bundle of her linen and a few pieces of her clothing. We headed out. I was carrying the 2 bundles of laundry with Maggie carrying the 2 buckets with the dishes. We were both struggling with our loads. Several times we had to stop and take breaks. There were several instances when I was the one requesting the break. I was pitiful. I thought about my character sheet numbers, rightly ashamed. Those moments of shame gave me the energy to continue on. It took us quite some time, and the sun had moved from mid-morning to almost noon. By the end of our journey, my arms were burning. I was exhausted. Both of us practically collapsed on the bank of the lake. The notification icon had been blinking. While we recovered, I decided to open it. "Congratulations! Your strength has increased from 3 to 4. You have gained 400 XP. Laundry makes me strong. Congratulations! You have developed the hauling skill. You have gained 100 XP. You are learning how to carry things."
After seeing the strength increase, I had hope that I might actually be able to make it back to the cottages. I dismissed the notifications and noticed Maggie was attempting to get back to work. We quickly washed the dishes and placed them in the empty buckets. There were 3 washboards that seemed to stay by the lakeside that the community used. Maggie quickly showed me how to wash linen using a small bar of soap and the washboards. It was truly fascinating to see her explain and complete the tasks with just the feel of her hands. Not long into the process, I got another notification, and I took a second to open it. Congratulations! You have developed the laundering skill. You have gained 100 XP. Clean sheets are a must. I dismissed it just as fast. At least skills were not that hard to come by. I scrubbed and scrubbed, but noticed both sets of linen were even more worn but significantly cleaner by the time I was done. I was tempted to ask Maggie if I could take the time to, at the very least, wash my hair, but I felt awkward asking, so I decided against it. By the time we were done, it was well past lunchtime, and my arms were mush. Scrubbing was harder than carrying the loads. I had no idea how I was going to carry the water and the wet laundry. I did not see how Maggie was going to help. The very idea of 2 trips made my eyes water. I knew I had to do it, but I was not sure how. Maggie carried something as I was tying the last laundry bundle. It was a large, thick branch.
You will need to put this on your shoulders, and we will load it up. We will have to remember to bring this back next time. It took me some time to find something good enough to use.
I took a large gulp and put the stick over my shoulders. That weight alone made me start to lean to the front. After a few trials and errors, we finally placed 1 bucket on each side and then one of the laundry bundles at the end. She said with the buckets closer to the middle, there would be less spillage. I hoped she was right. She ended up carrying the dishes. I had thought the trip to the lake was slow, but now I had to stop every few moments. At some point, I realized every time I stopped was 1 more second I had to carry my burden. There were moments I was not sure I could lift my legs, but I continued, almost falling forward into each step. I knew the only way my body would become stronger was if I pushed it. When the cottages came into view, I silently cried during that last portion of the trial. My whole body was trembling when we reached the door to Maggie's house. I almost dropped my load because she gestured me to follow her to the back of the cottage. In the back were several posts with strings across them. At the back of the house was a wooden table.
Set the bundles on the table. We can hang everything to dry and hope they will be ready before we go to bed.
I leaned over the table and lowered my body until the buckets and bundles sat on the table, and then I collapsed completely on the ground. The notification icon immediately blinked at me, and all I wanted to do was curse it, because I needed to be angry at something, and it was as good as anything else. While I sat on the ground recovering, Maggie started untying the bundles. I could see it was very difficult for her to do, but I just could not pick myself up yet to help. To take my mind away from the pain that encompassed my jelly body, I decided to view the notifications. Congratulations! Your hauling skill has advanced from level 1 to 2. You have gained 200 XP. Taking water from one place to another is challenging work, which should be done by a mule. Congratulations! Your strength has increased from 4 to 5. You have gained 500 XP. Laundry makes me strong. Congratulations! Your endurance has increased from 4 to 5. You have gained 500 XP. I can make it, I think. Maggie slowly started hanging the laundry. I felt awful just sitting on the ground. It took me 3 different tries before I was able to get up. I picked up the next sheet and threw it over one of the lines and used the wooden pins to pin the sheet on the line. It reminded me of a picture of my mother when she was a child. She and her mother were hanging laundry. I could not help but smile. My mother often talked about the many times she spent with her mother doing laundry. Once I started helping, the task went fairly quickly. I looked over the area to make sure nothing was amiss when I noticed an overgrown garden behind my cottage. I wondered if there was anything in the garden that I could harvest or grow. Not sure how to bring it up to Maggie, I decided to wait for a better time, not really sure when that would be.
Come on, Cassie. Time to go inside and work the wool some more. Please, bring the water buckets in so nothing gets into it.
I nearly cried. I decided to just carry one at a time, even though I knew that meant 2 trips. I doubted I could carry both with how weak my arms felt. First the one and then the other made its way into Maggie's cottage. Once that task was completed, I quickly found my stool and sat. Maggie was working on putting away the dishes on her shelf. I ended up watching her, still finding it fascinating how she navigated without her sight. Once she was done, she found her chair and took her seat without reaching out her hands to find the rocking chair.
I think I need a nap. My old body is not used to it. Please, take the wool, brushes, and bowl to your cottage and work. Once you're done, bring it back, and I will show you the next steps. I will call you when it's time to get the linen off the lines.
Thank you, Maggie, for taking me in. I won't let you down. I got off my stool and got everything together. The bag seemed lighter than yesterday, but with my arms so sore, I still had to drag it out the door and into my cottage. I thought about bringing up the garden, but decided against it. Even though my stomach was rumbling, I could not mention that either. My stupid pride. I went into my cottage and tried to figure out how to get situated. Both the stools and bench were not stable. I took one leg from one of the stools and used it to replace a broken one from the other stool. The stool stood, but it wobbled a bit. It made me seriously nervous to sit on it, but I didn't seem to have a choice. I set up everything around me and began to card. I was faster than yesterday, but I couldn't force speed. Otherwise, it turned out lumpy, and I wasn't going to produce subpar work. My perfectionist was shining through. Hunger kept creeping in on my thoughts, but I pushed it down and focused on the work. I had used this technique on many occasions in real life, either when I did not have food or was too busy to eat. The hunger drew me out of the work 3 unconventional times. Each time I got some water, relieved myself, and read notifications before getting back to work. Congratulations! Your weaving skill has advanced from level 2 to 3. You have gained 300 XP. Brushing animal hair is fun. Congratulations! You have progressed to level 3 human. You have 3 attribute points and 1 skill point to assign. You must assign points to attributes and skills you have used to gain experience this level. Intelligence +1, 9. Wisdom 9. Fortitude 5. Dexterity 7. Endurance 5. Strength 5. Beauty 7. Charisma 8. Luck 6. This time around, several attributes were grayed out. Intelligence, endurance, strength, dexterity, and luck were my only choices. With fewer choices, it almost seemed harder to choose. I felt like intelligence and luck were the easy choices, but then I could not decide on the third. If I had had a die, I would have rolled it. So instead, I decided to choose my highest level one. It would be harder to level, so why not take the boost now? Dexterity it was. Congratulations, your intelligence has advanced from 9 to 10. Congratulations, your dexterity has advanced from 7 to 8. Congratulations, your luck has increased from 6 to 7. Next up was my skill choice. Congratulations, your luck is with you. You also have access to increase your class specialty skill, medicine. Barter, 1. Weaving, 2. Grooming, 1. Medicine, +1, 1. Prayer, +1. Orator, +1. Hauling, 2. Laundering, 1. The only thing not grayed out was weaving, hauling, laundering, and medicine. I felt my rationale held true, so I picked medicine again, glad the luck was on my side. I was beginning to get nervous that someone might actually come to me for healing. Congratulations, your weaving skill has advanced from level 3 to 4. You have gained 400 XP. Brushing animal hair is fun. Congratulations, your weaving skill has advanced from level 4 to 5. You have gained 500 XP. Brushing animal hair is fun. I had to stop when I no longer could see. The sun had gone down, and it was dark. I was able to complete 5 units of the brushed wool. My body was stiff and aching from sitting on the stool all afternoon and evening. When I got up, my whole body creaked, and I barely made it to the bed, when I realized the bedding was still out hanging on the line. Did I miss the call from Maggie to gather the laundry? I headed outside and walked very carefully to the back of the cottages, not wanting to trip in the dark, where the linen was hanging. I went to the blankets and found them still damp. I did not want to put that back on the bed. I could cause the straw bed to mold, and that would be awful. I would need my own healing spells. I ended up holding to the cottage wall to make it back, and I headed back to the bed and lay down straight on the mattress. It was slightly chilly, especially with the wind from the door headed directly toward my feet. I pulled my knees to my chest, hoping to create heat. I was cold and sore, and the hunger pains were starting to become undeniable. I was able to ignore the hunger while my mind was lost in the work, but lying here in misery, it all came to the forefront. I thought about the overgrown garden out back. I wondered if there was anything edible in it. I decided it was worth a look, though I was not sure how I was going to see, but whatever. I walked out, and the chilly breeze hit me. I wrapped my arms around myself and headed to the back. What I would do for my hoodie that was hanging over my chair in my bedroom. Some clouds decided to drift, and the moon came out, giving a soft glow. I walked, watching my steps, and made it to the garden. Upon closer inspection, I was right. The garden was mostly rocks and weeds. Please, Seraphina, don't let me find anything poisonous. Bug, snake, or food. I was not sure what praying would do, but I had no idea what I was doing and would take any guidance I could. There was a spot in the garden that had shoots of greenery that I was not familiar with, and for some reason caught my attention. There were 3 stalks that seemed to be in a fairly neat row, and they were all the same. I decided to dig around one, trying not to disturb the other plants, since I was unaware of what was what. After I pulled the plant up carefully, a twisted, small carrot came out. I wanted to jump with joy, but my body would not tolerate that kind of physical activity after the day I had had. I decided to get one more, which left me 1. At least with that, I could somehow grow more carrots. I would ask Maggie first thing tomorrow about this garden and about letting me care for it while I was here. I got up and took my 2 prizes to the front of Maggie's cottage, where the 2 water buckets sat. One was empty, but the other was a quarter full. I knew Maggie was going to need some water for tomorrow's porridge, so I first cleaned the carrots with my dress. Then I took a handful of water and tried to clean them as well as I could. I ended up sitting on the ground, leaning against the outside of the cottage wall, using the moonlight to eat my feast of raw carrots. The carrots tasted very earthly, but considering I had very bland gruel for breakfast, the flavor was fine. My gnawing hunger had subsided after finishing the carrots, and the walk had relieved some of my stiffness. I was ready to go to bed, but I noticed there was a notification that needed my attention. I would check it in the morning. I went back to my bed and curled up in a ball. My hand was still throbbing from the repetitive work, but overall, I thought I could finally sleep. It did not take long at all for sleep to claim me. Chapter 6. I woke up with the same beam of light in my face from yesterday. I did not want to move. My body was aching. The cold had frozen my joints, and it was painful to stretch. I knew that I had to get up because I had a lot of work to do if I wanted any hope of starting to work on the garden today. The idea of another day of gruel and hunger was a great motivator to get me out of bed. I opened my notifications from last night before I got up. Congratulations! You have developed the farming skill. You have gained 100 XP. Put seeds in the ground and something comes up. I shrugged off the notification as I got up. I found the fake mirror from yesterday and once again attempted to make something out of my appearance. I gave up a little sooner than I did yesterday, but I at least rebraided my hair and wiped my face with the cleanest part of my dress. I went straight over to Maggie's and knocked on the door. "Maggie, it's me, Cassie."
"Come in, dear."
Maggie was still in the bed, which had more ragged bedding than the ones we cleaned yesterday. She tried to sit up and turned to face the door, not noticing I had stepped a few paces in.
"I am not feeling well. I can talk you through making porridge for us, but first, I think you will have to get more water. I ended up drinking the last of it early this morning."
"How much water do you need?"
"You should fill up both buckets, but you will need to fill the pot about halfway up."
I put my head out her door and looked at the two buckets. One of them had a very low level of water. I took the bucket and poured the remaining in the pot. "I will hurry with the water." I grabbed the other bucket and hurried to the lake. Well, I tried to hurry to the lake. Don't misunderstand me. It was nothing like the trip yesterday, but there were several points I slowed to stop to take deep breaths. It was frustrating, but I knew it was not as bad as yesterday. I should probably rate the experience on the way back with the water buckets. When I reached the lake, I noticed a few people there. An elderly gentleman was sitting on the edge of the lake with a fishing pole in his hand. He glanced in my direction, and I gave him a smile and attempted to wave at him. I realized that it looked weird with the buckets in my hand and ended up laughing at myself. I went to go fill the buckets, not too far off where two ladies were doing laundry. They were sitting together and chatting. They noticed me and nodded my way. I nodded back. I turned and headed back. In my peripheral, one small girl was picking some flowers. The buckets were heavy, but nothing like the load yesterday. Headed toward me was a woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s. She had golden blonde hair and a beautiful face, with bright green eyes. She had dark circles under her arms, but she was still smiling. She was carrying two buckets with a wooden beam on her back, which is when I noticed she only had one arm. I smiled at her and nodded. Every step I took, the water became heavier and heavier. Throughout the journey, I had to stop multiple times for a rest. When I was close to the village but not quite to the turnoff to the cottages, there was a young, cute little boy on the path. He had 2 buckets he was trying to carry. He had deep determination in his gray eyes. I thought about the 2 prayers I had been granted. Instinctively, I knew how to cast them. I looked at the boy and whispered low, "In the name of the goddess of protection and healing, Seraphina, hear my prayer to bless this little boy. Bring glory to her name." I continued on with my face down. When I glanced his way, I saw him look around. He caught my eyes, his little mind working. "Come on, we have a job to finish." He nodded in resolve, and I gave him a huge smile as we parted ways. A little exclamation mark popped up, and I wanted to look at it, but I needed to get back to Maggie. I only had to stop one more time before reaching the cottages. The overall experience was much better than yesterday. It was still very physically demanding, and there were several times I was truly miserable, but I was stronger, and I could feel that. I made it to the cottages, glad one of the many tasks I needed to do today was done. I set one bucket right outside Maggie's door, and I decided to look at the notification before I took the other inside and started cooking. Congratulations! Your reputation with Village Child Level 2 Human has increased by 2. Congratulations! Your hauling skill has advanced from Level 2 to 3. You have gained 300 XP. Water from here to there to everywhere. I quickly dismissed them, happy I was continuing to make progress. Chapter 7. I quickly went into the cottage and saw Maggie was still in bed. She looked worse. She was pale and clammy and had seemed to age 20 years in a matter of hours. I rushed to her bedside and touched her forehead, and I immediately pulled my hand away. Her skin was burning. "Maggie, are you okay? Maggie!" I shook her gently, trying to get her to respond. Nothing. I was starting to get scared. "Cassie, what do we do?" I shook myself and started to get to work. I finished putting the water into the pot and pushed the pot into the fireplace. The fire had gone to embers, and I grabbed 2 of the few remaining logs and threw them on the fire. I grabbed one of the bowls on the shelves and filled it with fresh water. I searched for a scrap of cloth and was able to find one in the chest at the end of the bed. I started to pat her head with the damp cloth. In hopes of cooling her down, I felt like something was wrong. This had happened far too quickly. "Maggie, what's wrong?" Still, no response. "All right, Cassie, you are a healer. I need to cast a spell." "Well, say a prayer." "Seraphina, hear my plea. Heal your follower." Even though the prayer seemed natural, I felt stupid. A red exclamation mark showed up in the corner of my vision, but I ignored it, trying to focus on Maggie. I noticed for a few brief moments she looked better, before another wave of sweat, and she groaned. All I knew was to keep using the damp cloth to cool Maggie down. The rest of the day went in spurts of painful slowness and bursts of speed. It was painfully slow as I prayed and hoped for her recovery. Every time I cast a prayer, she would get better for a few moments, enough to drink water, but moments later, she was as she was before. I would pray until I became weak, and then pray again as soon as I felt the energy return enough to cast it. It was not like normal games, where there were numbers. It was just an innate feeling on if I could cast the spell or not. At some point during the day, I attempted to make the porridge. I got the water boiling, and I found a bag of wheat flour. It was not like the fine powder we get in the stores. It was gritty, or I do not know how to describe it.
I added several scoops to the water and constantly stirred it. It began to thicken, but it was lumpy, and it was not very appealing. It wasn't appealing yesterday either, but I was hungry. It seemed to be the constant mode I was in. I quickly added the porridge and kept trying to cool off Maggie. I was at a loss for what to do. I felt like as a healer, I should be able to be doing something, but I did not know what. Toward the end of the day, the sun was barely hovering over the horizon. I was on the floor, leaning my back against the bed. What would happen if Maggie died? I had not known the woman for long, but she had taken me in and was good to me. I wished I could just call the doctor's office and get some antibiotics, but I did not think that that was how this worked. I had just cast another prayer on Maggie, so I took a brief respite and decided to check my notifications. The red exclamation mark in the corner of my eye was starting to annoy me. Congratulations! Your medicine skill has advanced from level 1 to 2. You have gained 200 XP. Fever, aches. What's next? Congratulations! You have developed the cooking skill. You have gained 100 XP. You learned how to burn water. Congratulations! You have successfully investigated Maggie's illness. Something is not quite right. Continue the investigation to make a diagnosis. Well, that was a bit of a letdown. I mean, it was good to know that by investigating I could produce a diagnosis, but I was not sure what else I could do to help Maggie. I looked over at Maggie and frowned. She was getting far worse, and I was starting to get truly scared. I turned my attention back to the notifications. Congratulations! You have successfully investigated Maggie's illness. Something is not quite right. You have determined that Maggie's ailment is not caused by disease. Investigate more. I immediately jumped up. I needed to pay more attention to the notifications when I was trying to heal people. All right, Cassie, how do you investigate more? What do normal doctors do? Check pulse and heart rate. I put my hand on her pulse. It was there, but I had no idea what it meant, except that she was alive. What next, Cassie? Examine the body? I was nervous about this step. This was not something I typically did, but I knew I had to. I slowly drew the covers away from her. She was soaked in sweat. A foul odor found my nostrils, and I jerked back. I took a deep breath and blew out my nose, trying to remove the scent. I went back to my examination. I pulled her sleeves up, and her arms and hands looked fairly normal. Next was her torso and neck. It was weird finding out that she didn't wear a bra, but then again, neither did I. I found nothing. I was starting to get nervous, not sure what the game world was trying to tell me with the last notification. I fixed Maggie's shirt and pulled the thin blanket up. That left her feet exposed, and it reminded me to check her feet and legs. As soon as I pushed her skirt to her knees with all the courage I could manage, I saw it. A large, red, bulbous spot on the side of her foot. Several red veins shot out of it, up her ankle and leg. I pushed her skirt higher to find it beginning to spread to her thighs. What am I going to do? I just stared at it for a while, and the red notification icon popped up, and the knowledge seemed to flood me. I had to get it out. I was not sure what it was, but I had a plan. I grabbed the knife and put it on top of the hot coals, waiting until the metal grew very hot. While I was waiting, I pulled all the bedding away from the red area and took the threadbare blanket and tore it in half. After folding it several times, I placed it under the infected leg. I was glad she had an extra blanket outside. I needed to remember to grab it later. When the knife was done heating, I carefully retrieved it, trying not to get burned by the hot metal. I held it, allowing it to cool to just warm. Yeah, just warm is a temperature. Get over it. I approached the wound, and my fear started creeping in. How the heck am I going to be able to cut this open? What am I doing, Cassie? There must be someone who could do this who wasn't me. But who? I already knew this village was without a healer. Only I could save Maggie in time. I held her leg firmly with one hand and cut a thin line starting from the bulbous area and following the thick red vein up her leg and to her thigh. First, there was blood, then pus, and when I ended the cut, that's when the spiders started escaping her leg. I jumped back and quickly ran to a stool and jumped on. "Not cool," was all I kept yelling. Then I saw the spiders begin to feast on Maggie's leg. She started moaning, and I knew I couldn't sit passively by while the spiders devoured her. I was crying as I got down from the stool and went over to the bed, where I started slapping the spiders. I felt the dead spider guts on my hands and felt some of them bite me before they died. As soon as I killed about 30% of them, they started to flee. I let them go. Part of me knew I shouldn't, but I couldn't build up that much courage. All I had was my hands and my bare feet. With some shoes, I would have totally gone after them, I think. A moan came from Maggie, and I started toward her and saw the bed and blanket being soaked through with blood. I grabbed the cool water I had boiled earlier and cleaned her wound, washing as much spider guts and pus away from the wound as I could. Once I did that, I grabbed the other half of the blanket, pulling it out of Maggie's hands. I ripped it into strips, making several bandages, and hurriedly wrapped the wound. I thought I was done when I saw the blood seeping through the makeshift bandage, and I knew I had to do more. "Cassie, what are you going to do? You can't let Maggie die. You have to think of something." I nearly facepalmed when I remembered that I was a freaking priestess with magic healing abilities. I looked up with my hands clasped together and began the prayer. "Goddess, hear me. Your followers need your healing touch. Please heal your follower." The bleeding seemed to have stopped, and I pulled at the bandage a little and still saw the huge wound. I pleaded with the goddess twice more. After the third casting, I fell to my knees in exhaustion. I leaned on the bed for support, trying to lift myself back up to check on Maggie, to make sure she had healed enough. I pulled away the blood-soaked bandage, and only a thin hair gash remained. I mentally allowed myself to stop, and my body crumpled, and I passed out on the floor. Chapter 8. I woke up to some noise. I tried to open my eyes, and they felt glued shut. I rubbed my eyes with my hands and attempted to open them again. For a second, I was able to see a small sliver before something else got into my left eye, and I clenched my eyes shut. I heard some shuffling and an unfamiliar voice. "I am going to wipe your face. It is covered in blood and dirt." I felt a wet rag wiping my eyelids and face, and I was beginning to feel so much better. I felt the rag was removed and heard, "All done." I took that moment to open my eyes. A woman was crouching down before me. She was one of the women I saw at the lake the day before doing laundry. "Thanks." My voice croaked in the middle, my throat very dry. I had no idea how long I'd been out. "Let me get you a drink." She got up and headed to one of the wooden buckets and filled a cup with water. "I was coming to check on Maggie to see if she needed anything when I found both of you completely exhausted." My eyes started to dart around, looking for Maggie. "Where is she? Is she okay? I tried so hard. There was nothing else I could do." I did not know why I felt like I needed to defend myself, but I didn't know what had happened to Maggie,
and there was so much blood everywhere.
I am right here, dear.
What I thought to be just a pile of blankets was in fact a small and fragile Maggie lying in bed. Tears of relief and joy escaped me. If Maggie remembers correctly, you were able to remove the Kralin spiders and heal her wounds. All she remembers is a sharp pain, small shoots of pain, and then several minutes after everything, she felt a comforting peace and the pain slowly going away. I found remnants of a few leech spiders when I changed the sheets. That's how we knew what had caused her all this pain. I started to blush. I didn't know what to do, but I prayed to the goddess Seraphina for healing.
Are you a priestess then?
Both the new woman and Maggie stared at me. I shifted my weight uncomfortably. Yes, I became one yesterday morning. I was nervous about how they would respond. Not sure what to do, I said. I need to go relieve myself. I rushed up and out of the door and went to the back of the cabins to take a deep breath, hoping not to attract any more attention. I did end up relieving myself, but I ended up sitting on a stump of what once was a very large tree next to the laundry lines. I noticed all the laundry was gone. The nice lady must have gotten it all. The sun was bright, and it warmed my skin, making me feel a lot better. I would have to face both ladies soon enough. But first, I had to deal with what happened, what I had done, and whether I could do it again. I thought about how I'd cut into Maggie. I'd known deep down it would save her, and I could do it again to save someone else. The blood and pus I could handle. The spiders even. If I had some type of glove or fly swatter, a good pair of shoes, I felt like I could have done more. Did I want to do it again? No. Could I? Yes. I should have chosen the crafter goddess, but it was a little too late now. I am a healer. Better own it. Once I got stronger, I could just cast prayers. That would not be so bad. I finally had the courage to head back to Maggie's cottage. When I stepped in, I searched for both women, but only found Maggie in bed.
Jacob didn't mention that you were a priestess. I can't believe I made you eat porridge and carry the laundry and wasted your time teaching you to weave.
You could see how much she was worried about offending me, I guess. Stop being silly, Maggie. I am still just Cassie, someone who was homeless and starving, and you took me in and gave me somewhere to live and food to eat. Don't worry about it.
You healed me, and I have nothing to pay you.
It was like she did not hear a word I said. Maggie, stop. You have paid me in kindness. She attempted to interrupt me with more of her guilt, but instead I yelled loudly and clearly, "In the name of Seraphina, I bless you." I knew it worked. I am not sure how, but I knew it, and it froze Maggie. Now, I'm going to collect the water for today. I have a few questions about the next steps of weaving, among other things. I walked out as confidently as I could. As soon as I closed the door, I realized that I had forgotten the water buckets. I sighed and turned around. I quietly tried to open the door and grab the buckets. I am sure Maggie heard me but ignored me, which was fine by me. I started making the journey to the lake. My hunger made its presence known, gentle hunger pains and small noises. Hunger almost seemed like a constant companion. This game was so realistic. The hunger pains, the tenderness of my feet, the layer of filth and blood covering me. I felt myself starting to wallow in pity, and I knew I had to get my mind out of it. The red notification icon gave the perfect topic to distract me, with some hope of good news. Congratulations! You have safely diagnosed Maggie Weaver with Kralin spider infestation. Kralin spiders' females will lay eggs in an open wound of animals and monsters, healing the wound over the nest. The baby spiders will grow and eat the host over time. Need higher medicine to learn more. Congratulations! You have healed Maggie Weaver. After a long struggle, you diagnosed and treated Maggie. She will survive to live another day. Level 3 injury cured, 300 XP. Congratulations! You made progress with the quest. Heal my people. 1 of 10 complete. Congratulations! You have advanced your medicine skill from 2 to 3. You have gained 300 XP. Look, Band-Aids work. I finished reading the notifications when I nearly had made it to the lake. I dismissed them and focused on my task. Again, there were several people around the lake. The same old fisherman, a different woman was doing laundry, and 2 elderly gentlemen were filling up water buckets of their own, but had stopped for a chat. I filled up the 2 buckets with the lake water. I decided it'd get my fill of water now, so it would take that much longer before I had to get water again. I bent down and took several deep gulps out of the lake. There was some movement in the peripheral of my vision, and a small cough followed.
Priestess?
I got up and turned to the small boy I had seen and blessed yesterday. Yes, little one?
My mom did not realize a priestess was in the village, and she hoped she could pay back the favor you have granted us.
I noticed the lake had slowly become more crowded, and many of the villagers were looking at us. I had to tread carefully. I was not mentally prepared for this. I should have stuck with weaving or what crafting I could pick up. Seraphina saw your need and has chosen me to help you. There is no need for repayment. I spoke loudly so several of the villagers could hear me. Part of me knew that felt generic, but I felt like the spotlight was on me and I had to perform. So perform I did. I didn't perform well. I couldn't help but feel clumsy. I hurriedly picked up the water buckets and headed back to the cottage. About 2/3 of the way there, my arms and hands were burning, but I could not stop. I could not let anyone see my weakness or my fear. I made it to the cottages winded. I took a moment to compose myself. There was no doubt about it. I had frozen and ran like a deer in headlights. It seemed false to be representing a goddess I had never even heard of 3 days ago. How do you worship a deity in-game? I always thought myself Christian. I had no idea how that impacted this game world, if any at all. This was messed up. I opted to put my confused feeling in a mental acquired box, deciding mental storage was the best place for it. I entered Maggie's cottage with a small knock. Maggie was holding a steaming bowl of porridge, and another bowl sat on my stool. Thank you, Maggie, for cooking again. I sat down and ate quickly. I was so hungry. Food was scarce, and being hungry messes with your emotions. I am going to blame hunger on my running away from the locals. That is my story, and I'm sticking to it. Maggie and I finished our porridge about the same time.
Sorry, Priestess, that this is all I have to offer.
Maggie, I interrupted. Please, I need one person I can be a normal person around. I need a teacher and a friend. Maggie was quiet for a moment.
So, you have questions regarding weaving?
I completed 5 skeins yesterday. Did you want me to finish all 80 skeins, or can we move to the next step? Maggie had this strange look on her face.
Oh, my dear, I didn't realize you completed one. We just need one to get started on the next step.
She looked astounded and repeated,
You have completed 5 skeins already? You must have a natural talent.
I finished 6. The first skein I completed that first night.
Really? I wouldn't think that possible until you achieve a higher skill level.
It was a pretty late night both nights, to be honest. I didn't know how much longer I could manage it.
I would say, even at the height of my skill, that would have been difficult for me to complete.
She looked at me intently.
What is your current weaving skill?
Not going to lie, it felt weird talking about this with an NPC. Then again, Maggie did not feel like an NPC. This entire world is so real. It's too easy to forget my real life. I pushed those thoughts back down as soon as images of my mother and father popped up, and I focused back on Maggie. I'm at a level 5.
I can now teach you to spin if you want to.
I do, but I noticed a garden out back, and I was hoping I could work there some. If I am successful, it would give us some food variety. Maggie's demeanor plummeted.
The garden was my daughter's, as was the cottage. She was going to stay here at the village until that evil mage came and told her of the great city in the east, the capital.
She sighed.
He took so many of our youth. Now our village is an aging village with so few children. 3 children if you don't count Sam, who will always be a child in a way. All of us old people dote on them.
I thought back to my time in the village. So there is a 3 or 4-year-old girl. I saw her yesterday morning picking flowers. A young boy who has carried water with me to the last 2 days, and I don't recall the third.
A baby was born a few weeks ago. By Delphine. She is about your age. She and her husband have both the little girl and the new baby. The older boy surprised his mother. She has been barren for over 10 years before she had him. The rest of the village are old folks like me.
She seemed lost in thought, and I wanted to give her those moments to collect her thoughts.
Have the cottage and the garden. Make a home here. Bring life to this village. Please don't leave until you do.
The annoying notification icon entered my vision. That is truly the only thing that reminded me I was in-game. I am not sure I can promise you that. I can promise you that I will stay as long as I can, and I will treat this as my home. I went to the old lady and kissed her cheek. Thank you for your kindness. Maggie seemed to be surprised by the touch and a little unsure of my promise. I could see when she accepted it. I wondered how long since her daughter and all the youth had left, and how I could bring life back to the village. I am going to work on the garden for a bit. Can I come back in when the sun is too high to work and start learning the spinning wheel? She nodded, but was still lost in her thoughts as I walked quietly out. As soon as I got outside, I hurriedly walked to the garden and looked it over, deciding on a plan. The garden was in a state. There were rocks and weeds. I let out a deep breath, knowing there was plenty of work in front of me, but something I was finally familiar with. I became in charge of the family garden when I turned 13. Often, after a tough day at school, I would dig my hands in the dirt and pretend that the weeds were my enemies. After I started college this year, I no longer had the opportunity to dig up the roots of my problems. I missed it, and was excited to begin. Step 1. Rock and weed removal. I started in the carrot section of the garden, knowing there were some good plants there. I quickly got lost in my work, steadily removing rock and weed. At some point, I decided to review my notifications because the little blinking icon was annoying me. Congratulations! Your relationship has increased with Maggie temporarily by 100, which has increased your relationship from unknown to friends. You rejected Maggie's offer to become a follower, instead choosing an offer of friendship. New quest unlocked. Congratulations! You have been offered the quest. Bring life to the village. Dedicate your time to bring life to the village by bringing 6 more children into the village and find them permanent homes and heal 10 of the villagers. Rewards. 100 relationship points with Maggie will go from temporary to permanent. 1,000 relationship points to Wheaton Village, 10,000 XP. A deed to cottage and garden. Congratulations! Maggie Weaver has given you all property rights to the garden cottage in Wheaton Village. You now have access to the property tab. Whenever you need access to the property tab, pull your deed from inventory. Congratulations! You have advanced your farming skill from 1 to 2. You have been granted 200 XP. Weeds are the enemy, and all must be destroyed. I could not help but smile as I pulled out a large weed. You are the enemy and must be destroyed. I could not help but laugh at my own joke. I continued to work, imagining the weeds as an army that I needed to destroy. The sun started getting high in the sky and burning my neck. I wiped my forehead, removing the sweat but adding dirt, I was sure. I knew it was time for a break, at least to get some water. I got up and looked around to orientate myself. That is when I realized I had an audience. A middle-aged woman with a beginning of gray in her hair, an elderly couple holding each other. The young boy was sitting next to a hard-looking older man. His arm was in a makeshift bandage. I looked at the group and became very self-conscious. I looked horrendous. Sweat was running down my back. My braid was loose, and dirt covered my face, knees, arms, and hands. I stood up tall and proud, faking it until I made it. Good day, I spoke to the little boy I was beginning to get familiar with. The man that I had assumed was the boy's father nudged him forward.
Priestess, my family wishes to offer you this gift.
In his hands were 3 eggs, 2 brown eggs and 1 white. I debated on whether to take it or not, but I saw the father's arm and knew this was what they could pay, and that if I didn't take it, I would be refusing to help the father. I carefully took the eggs. The white egg was a little smaller than the other 2, but my guess was it was from a different hen. Thank you. Seraphina will bless you for your generosity. I felt the power draw from me and the blessing settle over the boy. What is your name?
My name is Adam.
That is a good name, a strong name for a strong boy. I gave him a large smile and started to walk toward them. The father nudged his son again.
This is my father, Hiram.
Good afternoon, Hiram. You are raising a good boy. He nodded dismissively. Priestess, you have honored us by your blessing, and we heard that you healed Maggie. His eyes shifted side to side. Nerves were starting to get to him. We hope you will also be willing to heal our family as well. Fake it till you make it, Cassie. What would a priestess say? My power is only as great as our faith and devotion to the goddess Seraphina. I have just planted my seed of faith. Is your seed planted? Priestess, our village thought the gods could not see our tiny village,
and so we're wrong for ignoring her. Please forgive us." Wow, that took us there. What should I say next? This got deep fast.
"Come, let us heal your wounds." I began walking to the cottage and gestured for the other villagers to follow along.
"I hurt my arm a week ago, and I'm not able to work as much as I need to. Adam has really tried to help me. He is a good son, but our family will lose so much if I don't heal soon."
We made it to the entrance of the cottage. "I need to commune with the goddess before I begin. Please wait inside, and I will be back shortly." I waited for everyone to go into the cottage. I quickly washed my hands as well as I could, scraping the dirt from my nails. I scrubbed and scrubbed, but it was difficult without soap. After the 4th attempt, I got frustrated. That's it. I am taking a bath as soon as I am done with this. I do not care if there is a monster in the lake. I am getting cleaned tonight. Looking less than professional kept making me increasingly nervous. I knew it did not make any sense. I understood it didn't, but I couldn't feel confident looking like this. I re-braided my hair, washed my face, and wet my hair a bit to tame it. I felt a little bit better, washed my hands one more time, and sent up a silent prayer toward Seraphina. "Please don't let me mess this up. Don't let me kill anyone. Help me understand this world." I walked slowly back to my cottage. When I stepped inside, I felt a little claustrophobic. Everyone was standing against the walls, which made the space seem so small. I took a deep breath and put my game face on. "Hiram, please sit down and show me your arm." He walked toward the less broken stool and took a seat. He then unwrapped his arm. I frowned. Wounds are not supposed to be leaking slimy green goo. I looked at the wound very intently, trying to form some sort of plan in my mind. I felt like it needed to be cleaned. The green goo had to go. For that, I needed hot water. Then I thought about finding all those spiders inside Maggie. Better get the knife ready as well. I looked around the cottage. I didn't have logs or kindling. I didn't have a large pot next to the fireplace. And I didn't have knives or dishes at all. I needed to go to Maggie's. I am going to need to clean the wound to determine how to address this. I will be right back. I have to get some hot water from Maggie's. As I was turning away, I saw the green slime move ever so slightly. Cannot forget the knife. I walked over to Maggie's and knocked.
"Come in,"
Maggie called. "Maggie, I have several patients that need attention, and I need hot water." She just smiled.
"It is warming up now. It feels hot. Not sure if it's boiling yet."
"You knew." I pointed my finger at her and then realized she couldn't see, so I put it down again. She started laughing.
"I knew as soon as Linda left, there would be a crowd soon enough."
"You could have warned me." I walked over to the fireplace to find the water boiling.
"What would be the fun in that?"
I poured the boiling water into the empty bucket. I was headed out of the house when I remembered the knife. I grabbed it and headed back to my cottage. I stopped before I entered, considering whether to check my notifications. Part of me did not want to see how little information the notification would hold, because I still didn't see a straightforward plan, and if it didn't have any useful information, I was afraid I would freeze. I took a large breath and told myself I would not freeze. "Congratulations! You have successfully diagnosed Hiram Millman's arm wound. A flash slime has made a new home in Hiram's wound, preventing him from healing. Need higher medicine for more information." I dismissed the notification and walked into my house. I put the steaming bucket next to Hiram and put the blade of the knife in the bucket. It was difficult to keep hold of the knife. I put a handful of my dress around the handle carefully, so as not to lose my grip. I held it in the water as long as I could handle the steam. I pulled the knife out of the steaming water, careful to make sure the knife didn't touch anything. With the knife sterilized, I was able to start working. I looked at the wound and took several deep breaths. To be honest, knowing that the green goo and a flesh slime made me a little queasy, I could not let that stop me from acting. I took the knife and started at the top of the wound where a large bit of the slime was. It was extending out of the wound, headed north. I slowly scraped between his skin and the green slime. It was slowly off in one piece. It acted like the slime you played with when you were young, stretchy but liquid acting. I got the largest portion of the wound and the slime. It became very difficult to pull. It was like trying to pull a square nail in a circle hole. I kept pulling, and my knife slipped. Luckily, I didn't cut Hiram, but I did lose some ground removing the slime. I tried again, this time as slowly as I could. The slime slowly peeled away, stretching and thinning out as it was being pulled out of the wound. It finally came away, and then it started crawling up the knife toward me. I flipped out. I jumped up and ran to Maggie's fireplace and threw it in the flame as it tried to wrap a tendril around me. How many parasites are there in this world? I sat down next to the fireplace for a second and wiped the sweat off. I was surprised by how much strength it took to remove the slime. It was a slow and steady strength needed, and my arms were sore because of the effort. I relaxed for a moment.
Is everything okay?
Maggie asked. Yes, I got that stupid slime out, and all that I needed now is to stitch the wound. Crap! I jumped up and headed to my patient. He was still sitting there with blood covering his arm and a small puddle on the floor. He looked a little pale, and everyone in the room was a little shocked and just stared at Hiram's arm. The boiling water had cooled enough, and I took the cloth and began cleaning and washing away the blood. I double-checked to make sure I had gotten all the slime. When everything looked good, I cast the light healing prayer 3 times. I became very lightheaded. The once 18-inch gash was about 3 inches. The bleeding had stopped. I sat down on the floor in exhaustion. Keep it clean. Wrap it in clean cloth when you get home. I looked at the couple, nervous that I did not have the strength for more. Hiram looked at his arm and stretched it out, carefully trying to use it and waiting for the pain to start, and it never did. Priestess. He waited for me to turn to him. Thank you. You have saved my family. It is not me. It's our goddess. I dismissed his praise. I had no idea what I was doing. I could see Hiram wanted to say more, but I was unsure since I had dismissed him. Adam came to me and gave me a huge hug. Thank you. I gave him a huge smile and hugged him back. Adam, I am so glad you have taken care of your dad and family. I am glad that I could help. I gave him one quick squeeze. Now, take your dad home. I let go of the boy and looked back at the older couple. I could feel father and son leave my cottage. It felt a lot more open as soon as they left, which eased some of my tension. How can the goddess help you today? The old lady seemed nervous, and she was constantly wringing her hands.
My name is Rebecca, and this is my husband, George.
She gestured toward him. Nice to meet you, I said quickly. The elderly lady seemed to be getting even more nervous. The elder gentleman put his hand on the woman's shoulder. in a very raspy, quiet voice. George spoke.
I am dying, and she thinks you can stop it.
I don't know why that statement hit me so hard, but I almost started to cry right there. I didn't have the confidence that even this old lady had in my abilities, but I didn't want to disappoint her, and so I took several deep breaths before I spoke. Come, sit down, and let's take a look. He sat on the same stool that Hiram had sat on. I placed my hand on his throat, starting at the base of his throat and slowly gliding my fingers up. My inner sense nodded. I felt the success but had no idea the results. I took my hand away and opened the notification. Failure. You have tried to treat Hiram but failed. Luck was on your side and allowed you to try again and learn from your mistakes. You have gained 100 XP. Congratulations, you have cured Hiram Millman. After a long struggle, you diagnosed and cured Hiram. He will survive to live another day. Level 3 injury cured. You have gained 300 XP. 2 of 10 completed for the quest, Heal My People. 1 of 10 completed for the quest, Bring Life Back to the Village. Congratulations, you have converted a Level 3 human non-believer. Yes, you convinced a kid to like you. Adam Millman is now part of your congregation. You will receive 1% of all experience gained by him. You have gained 300 XP. Congratulations, you have progressed to Level 4 human. You have 3 attribute points and 1 skill point to assign. You must assign points to attributes and skills you have used to gain experience this level. I chose to dismiss this notification before making a choice, because I felt the couple's eyes on me. Congratulations, you have converted a Level 7 human non-believer. Hiram Millman is now part of your congregation. You will receive 1% of all experience gained by him. Look at you. You have so many followers. You have gained 700 XP. Congratulations, you have diagnosed George Farmer. Vibrating cords is a condition that slowly causes swelling that will eventually lead to the closing of the airway. Once the vibrating cords are still for 5 to 7 days, the body can then heal on its own. A common way to still the vocal cords is through drinking darkness wood tea. The couple was beginning to look uncomfortable in the silence, and so I quickly spoke my words, which silently fell into themselves. You need to drink darkness wood tea for 7 days every time you have a meal. After you do so, come back and I can finish the treatment. Then Rebecca started crying tears of pain. I asked her, what is wrong? He can be healed. That is great news. In George's raspy voice, he said,
We are old and unable to get darkness tree bark.
I will try to go get it. Where is it at?
It's in the forest to the south, about a half-day's journey, inside the forest of darkness.
I will bring you the tea if I can. I will pray to the goddess. I wanted to promise more, but I had no fighting ability and no party of adventurers to travel with. But I would have to try. The old man got up and patted his wife's shoulder. She was crying quietly. He led her out of the cottage. My throat clogged with emotions, but I could not promise any more. I felt like a huge failure right at that moment, but I had one patient left. It was in the late afternoon. I was tired, hungry, riddled with guilt, and had to pee. Ma'am, I need a small break and will be right with you. I left to grab some water and relieve myself. The guilt was gripping a little tighter every moment. Before it could completely consume me, I went back to my final patient. Hoping the work would pull me out of my funk, I gave her a weak smile. Now, how can I help you? I want to have children. I have been barren, but my husband and I really want at least one child. but have never been blessed. Can you bless us?" I looked at her intently and offered my hand. "When was the last time your courses came?" "1 week ago." I knew from real life that in another week she would be fertile. I knew there were herbs you could take to help, and I knew luck had a lot to do with it as well. "I will have to do some research. I know there are herbs you can take, but I will need to locate them. What I can do now is bless you. Anytime you and your husband have time, visit me, so I can bless you before you have relations with your husband. Seraphina, will you bless your follower and open her womb for her husband's seed to take root?" I felt the prayer take hold of the woman. "Thank you. My husband and I want a child so deeply. Thank you, Priestess." She made to rush off. "Wait, what's your name?" "My name is Cynthiana." "Don't forget, this isn't a guarantee. Even if your womb does not fill, the goddess may show you another path to motherhood." She nodded. "I understand. Thank you." I knew deep down she did not understand, but I was exhausted. She walked out with a jump in her step, and as soon as she left the cottage, I climbed into my bed. I thought for a second about food, but sleep soon claimed me. Chapter 9. I woke up to the beam of light again. I am wondering if that hole in the roof was on purpose. The red exclamation mark was always present. It was time for me to deal with those. I took a deep breath and mentally clicked it to open. Congratulations! You have progressed to level 4 human. You have 3 attribute points and 1 skill point to assign. You must assign points to attributes and skills you have used to gain experience this level. Intelligence +1, 10. Wisdom 9. Fortitude 5. Dexterity 8. Endurance 5. Strength 5. Beauty 7. Charisma 8. Luck 7. Dexterity, intelligence, strength, and luck were the only attributes that lit up. So I only had to choose one attribute I didn't want or didn't need. I felt like I had it right my last level and picked the same. Intelligence, dexterity, and luck. Congratulations! Your intelligence has advanced from 10 to 11. Congratulations! Your dexterity has advanced from 8 to 9. Congratulations! Your luck has increased from 7 to 8. Next up was my skill choice. Failure. Your luck is not with you. You only have access to the skills you have increased this level. Skills: barter 1, weaving 5, grooming 1, medicine +1, 4, prayer +1, orator +1, hauling 3, laundering 1, farming 2. Only weaving, farming, hauling, and medicine were highlighted, but I knew what I would choose, especially with what had happened yesterday. Those points of medicine helped me. Congratulations! Your medicine has increased from 4 to 5. Congratulations! You have been offered the quest, Darkness Tea. George and Rebecca are much too old to leave the village, so they have requested your aid in retrieving the ingredient you prescribed to cure George's condition. 7 units of darkness bark need to be returned to George and Rebecca. Rewards: 800 XP, 2 members for your congregation, and 1 silver piece. Congratulations! You have advanced your medicine skill from 3 to 4. You have been granted 400 XP. You know how to kiss it to make it all better. Congratulations! You have developed the prayer skill. You have been granted 100 XP. You are beginning to understand how to talk to your gods and pull prayer from them. Failure. You are unable to diagnose Karen Lane. All you can do is pray and hope your luck kicks in.
Luck was not on your side. You cannot try again for 15 days. Congratulations, you have progressed to Priestess Healer 2. You have prayed to the gods, and one has chosen to hear you. Seraphina, the goddess of protection and healing, has gifted you with +2 intelligence, +2 medicine, +2 prayer, +2 orator. You now gain 2% of all your congregation's experience gains, and now gain experience for converting anyone into your congregation. You may also lose experience if you lose members of your congregation. You currently have 2 members in your congregation. That was surprising. Priestess Healer 2? I also noticed that on my character sheet, the bonuses seem to be separated from my stats. I wonder why that is. I noticed one more notification, and when I opened it, a letter appeared in my hands. Cassie, it has come to our attention that some of the players want a way to interact and complete quests together. We now have added a feature so heroes can join a group and instantly port to the group leader. Once the group disbands, all members instantly will be ported back to their original destination. This feature is currently temporarily due to low hero count. Thank you, Jeremy. Well, that information was timely. I had no idea how I was going to the scary dark forest when I had no combat ability, and I do mean none. I had not handled a weapon since I came to this world, and my physical stats were weak. Honestly, I was a bit overwhelmed by it all. I tried to readjust my thought process and found a solution. Let's look at this like a game. Out of all my quests, I have one straightforward quest. Not only is that the only one that is straightforward, but also I would be helping to save one man's life. I cannot let George and Rebecca down. This gave me resolve, until my stomach spoke up, wanting food. I have got to figure out how to get more food. Wait, I have 3 eggs. I could have scrambled eggs. I jumped up. Now where did I put them? I looked around the cottage when I heard a knock on the door. Come in. Karen came in with a large man following her. Priestess, this is my husband. We are here based on your request. It was very clear Karen was trying to tell me something. Yes, thank you for coming. Seraphina hears your prayers and grants you her blessing, Karen. I turned toward her husband. The goddess will bless you and your wife. I smiled at both of them, knowing the prayers had taken effect. Thank you for your time. I must get ready for a journey to help George and Rebecca. The man huffed and headed back out of the cottage. Thank you so much, Priestess. I must go. She headed toward the door, stopped, and laid down a small basket before running out. I slowly went to the basket, and there were 3 rolls. My mouth was salivating. There was an instant where I thought about eating all 3. Then I remembered Maggie, and my guess was she only got one satisfying meal a week with Sam and Jacob. I picked up the basket and headed to Maggie's to share my feast. When I arrived, I saw Maggie at work cooking the porridge. Good morning, Maggie. I have a treat for us. Someone brought us some rolls.
Oh, how lovely. Mayhap we can save them for supper.
That's probably a promising idea. I set the basket on the plate shelf and grabbed the bowls for the porridge. I fixed us each a bowl, and we both ate with gusto. Maggie, I need to go get darkness bark, and was wondering if you knew anything.
Bring the knife with you, and you should learn how to use it. I would not go alone.
That seems like solid advice. Do you know how to harvest the bark or what it looks like?
It's been a long time since I could see, and longer still since I have seen darkness wood bark. When I was a child, there was a group of brothers that would go get enough for the villagers. but one day they didn't come back.
Thanks, Maggie. I went to her and gave her a quick peck on the cheek. She seemed a little startled, but pleased.
You better come back, you hear?
Yes, ma'am. I headed out of the cottage, contemplating how I was going to venture out of this hamlet. I did not even have shoes. I barely could find enough food not to starve. I knew I had to get some help from other heroes if I was going to be successful. I tried to think about a group tab as I walked toward the lake. You are not in a group. I pulled Jeremy's last letter up again. He referred to us as heroes. So I thought about the term heroes, hoping some sort of screen would pop up. There are no heroes in the area. I just wanted to get into a group, and that was the right thing to think. 2 options popped up in my vision: find a group and start a group. I mentally clicked the Start a Group button. Please select the quest that the group will complete. Only one quest was not grayed out: Darkness Tea. I selected it. The menus disappeared, but a little loading icon was spinning next to where the exclamation mark would be. I decided to wing it and pray I could outrun anything I encountered until someone joined my group. The long walk allowed me to think, which I was not sure was a good thing. I started thinking about my mom and how much I missed her. And shoes. Despair was trying to grip my mind. No food, no shoes, half a roof over my head. I knew this was better than dying, but 3 months of this was going to suck. At least my body was stronger than it was when before I got here. I would not have been able to get far otherwise. I passed the lake and headed down the road that led me to the village. I could stop at Sam and Jacob's farm. With luck, they would feed me. They were so kind. I kept walking along, and several times my feet snagged on rocks and sticks. I would sit on the side of the road and remove the debris, casting the healing prayer, and continue. I'm not gonna lie. I am not a huge fan of pain, and the pain here was too real for my taste. How come they do not at least provide shoes? At least I did not end up with just a loincloth. That would have been far worse. This sun was toward the end of its journey when I caught sight of a large cottage. It was about 2 or almost 3 times the size of my cottage. A newfound energy surged into me, and I rushed toward the house. When I reached the door, I stopped and tried to make myself presentable. Dust covered my feet and skirt, and I tried to shake off as much as I could. I brushed my hair behind my ears and tried to knock politely. Sam opened the door with a huge smile. "Nice lady." He took my hand and pulled me into the hut. "Nice lady," he repeated. Near the fireplace sat Jacob and an elderly woman, her beautiful white hair in a loose bun. "Hello, Jacob. And this must be your wonderful wife you mentioned. My name is Cassie." I offered my hand to the elderly woman, and she took it.
Hello, Cassie dear. What a surprise. We don't normally have guests.
She shook my hand before releasing it. Jacob beamed at me.
"To what do we owe this honor?"
"I am on my way to get darkness tree bark. One of the villagers is very ill." Both Jacob and Ruth grew concerned.
"Who is ill? With no healers anywhere near here, it's almost a death sentence."
"Well, that's the thing. I have become a priestess of the goddess Seraphina and have focused my gifts on the healing arts. I realized I need darkness wood, and no one else could go get it. While I was on my way, I thought to stop by."
My dear, are you sure that's wise? No offense, but you don't look prepared to go out to the woods, much less the darkness woods.
Ruth commented with a worried expression. "Wise, probably not,
but I can't sit idle while someone puts their life in my hands. I also knew in the back of my mind that I could respawn, or at least should be able to, and I was hoping I could get some help from my other heroes.
That's very kind of you, but...
Ruth reached for Jacob's hand and squeezed it.
Will you be okay? It will help no one if you don't come back.
The goddess will watch over me. I hope. Ruth did not seem to be satisfied with that answer.
Well, a satisfying meal and a good night's sleep won't hurt you, and maybe we can find you some kind of shoes. Jacob, where is my old pair? With luck, she can wear them.
Ruth was fixing me some food, a large loaf of bread cut into thick slices, and a steaming bowl of vegetable stew was offered to me, in what felt like seconds. The first bite of the stew was orgasmic. It felt like years since I had a real meal. One day, I would pay these wonderful people back. The couple was talking, but the only focus I had was on the food. I scraped the last bit out of the bowl with my last piece of bread. I needed to focus on my garden when I got back, and hopefully I could make something just as tasty. I felt so much better having a full belly. Thank you, Ruth. That was delicious.
You're welcome, my dear. Try these shoes on. They are old and well worn, but they are better than nothing.
I graciously took them, and a red exclamation mark popped up when I was trying them on. I opened the notification. Congratulations, you have received old pair of slippers. 5 armor, 5 out of 15 durability. Congratulations, you have equipped old pair of slippers. I closed the notification and admired the shoes. Then I started to cry full-blown tears. Thank you so much. Your kindness is a true blessing. I do not know why, but I knew I had to cast the blessing on the couple and their son. The words drew out the power in me. Doing so, however, completely drained me. I felt wobbly and shaky. The couple looked shocked.
You are truly a priestess, not just an acolyte.
Yes, I'm not sure what the difference is, but I know your kindness has saved me so many times. I tried to take control of my tears. Ruth wrapped her arms around me.
Oh, my dear, you must have been through so much. What you need is a good night's rest. You take Sam's bed, and he will go sleep in the barn. He likes to sleep with Bessie anyway.
She took my hand and directed me to a bed. It was made up with thick but worn blankets and a pillow that was very soft. When I climbed in, my weariness overtook me, and I fell asleep. Chapter 10. In the morning, my familiar beam of light did not greet me. Instead, it was the call of a rooster. The call startled me, and I panicked. I tried to jump up, but the blankets tangled me up, and I nearly fell out of bed. Once my memories came back, I relaxed and noticed a door I had not seen the night before open. Ruth came out and headed toward the fireplace. She struggled with the firewood, and I jumped out of bed, this time pushing the covers off me first. Let me help you, Ruth. I headed to the stack of firewood and started to throw some onto the hot embers.
Normally, Sam helps me. I will have to send Jacob to get him.
I can get him. You said he was in the barn? She nodded, and I headed out. Walking with the shoes' protection felt so wonderful, not having to worry about every small pebble. The sun was peeking over the horizon and created this picturesque screen of a barn with a backdrop of golden fields. It was moments like these that I didn't mind being here in the game.
I made it to the barn door, knocked, and slipped in cautiously, trying not to spook any of the barn animals. "Sam, it's Cassie. Ruth needs you." I heard stirring in a pile of hay. Sam's head popped up from the hay like a groundhog's. "Ma needs Sam?" "Yes, Sam. Let's go." Sam climbed out of the haystack and followed me out of the barn and toward the house. Quickly, Sam surpassed me and seemed impatient. You could tell he had an internal battle, one side trying to hurry to the house and the other waiting for me. In the end, I sped up to a run, and we quickly made it to the house. There were two things that ended up happening. First, I was so excited I could run without being concerned about finding a sharp rock. And second, I was completely out of breath. I stood gripping the door, trying to catch my breath and myself. I spotted the notification icon pop up. I pulled up the notification, expecting a simple run skill. I was surprised to find two notifications. "Congratulations, you have developed the running skill. You have gained 100 XP. Who knew you could move your legs faster? Congratulations, Harper Tinnell has accepted the group quest. An invitation for the quest, Darkness Tea. Are you ready to join forces and begin your quest?" I felt a rush of relief and excitement. If he would instantly teleport here, I did not want to accept right this minute because I believed it would be rude to invite a stranger into Ruth's home. Not to mention, I would have to explain a bunch of stuff that I didn't truly understand myself. I wished I could message him and say, "Give me 30. A message screen popped up with his name at the top. "Think, and you shall receive." Too bad that did not work on food. I started to write the message. With my glazed look, I was sure was very appealing. I did not actually have any idea what I looked like when I was in the screens. Harper Tinnell, getting ready. Are you good to start in 30 minutes? P.S. I am a healer. Are you a DPS or tank? I sent the message and focused on the bustling group inside this home. Sam was sitting in front of the fireplace rocking. Jacob was cutting slices off a ham. It did not take long before both Jacob and Sam then worked on toasting the bread. Ruth was scrambling eggs and frying bacon. There was rhythm in their movements. It reminded me of my own family, and I missed them dearly. I thought about writing a letter to my mom, but I had no idea what to say. "Cassie, dear, can you grab the jelly from the cellar?" Ruth pointed to a trap door on the floor. I grabbed the opportunity to push down my feelings and did as I was asked. I hoisted the door up with some difficulty and walked down a wooden step to find a room and shelving made by digging out dirt. The room was crammed with jelly, jars of pickles, corn, beets, green beans, peas, and carrots, and the end of the room seemed to be dedicated to salt and dried meat. Envy wanted to creep in, but once again I stopped myself. These were good people, and they worked hard for every bit of this food. So, Cassie, be happy for them. Another notification popped up, and I quickly opened it. "Congratulations! You have increased your fortitude from 5 to 6. You have gained 600 XP. Controlling your emotions might prove helpful later." I grabbed some strawberry preserves as I dismissed the message. Then I headed back up. I reached to close the trap door and struggled. Sam jumped in and helped me close the door silently. Sam was very observant. He always seemed to know when someone needed help. Ruth directed us to all sit down and handed us plates before she, too, sat down at the table. I looked at the fabulous feast before us. Bacon, eggs, biscuits, and jelly. I felt like I was on top of the world. I had been so fortunate. These people were good people. I received a notification as I shoveled the last of my fluffy eggs into my mouth.
We're eating a skill. I would want to level that one up. I opened it knowing everyone was occupied with the delicious meal in front of us. Hi, Cassie. That's cool. I am DPS. Any extra food? Thanks, Harper. All the heroes were probably facing the same issue I had. Starting gear should include a couple of rations and a pair of shoes. I wiggled my toes in my new shoes. Once again, so grateful to the family here. We finished the meal. I stood up and smiled back at them. Thank you so much for your kindness. The goddess will bless you. As soon as the blessing left my lips, a notification popped up. I instantly knew something was different about this blessing. I tried to feel the prayer. No, I do not know how you feel a prayer, but I tried to understand it. I saw the notification icon and hoped more information would be forthcoming when I had the chance to look at it. Ruth and Sam were beaming at me, and I headed toward the door. They followed me to the door. Are you sure you have to go to the forest of darkness, child? Ruth asked me. A life is depending on it. Ruth nodded in understanding. Bye, kind lady. Bye, Sam. I leaned in and gave a small peck on his cheek. He grew this huge smile on his face, just beaming. Thank you again, Ruth. Just come back this way on your way back, so I know you are safe. I will, thank you. I turned to leave. Now, I am jealous of Sam. I was expecting at least a hug. I laughed and embraced the woman. We both smiled, and I turned to leave, when Jacob coughed loudly. I turned to him, and he seemed to be gesturing toward Ruth. Oh, dear me, I almost forgot. Here is a small pack I made for you, food for the rest of the day. Tears started to form. Thank you. I will repay you one day. I will. I took the offered pack and left hurriedly, not wanting to cry at their door. Who knew if and when I could eventually control the tears for another round of goodbyes? The pack was fairly compact, with string attached. I was just clothed by string, but due to the knot, I was able to carry it on my back, similar to a pack. I started down the road that would lead me down to the forest. I could see the forest in the far distance. I decided to deal with my notifications before inviting Harper to the group. Congratulations! You have advanced your prayer bless from rank 1 to rank 2. You can now choose to bless a whole household or group with blessing. +3 luck to all members of the selected group or household. Nice. I wondered if rank 2 heal was a group heal, or what advancements came with leveling the prayers. I closed the notification knowing it was time to add Harper to the group. I went to the group menu by thinking about it and approved Harper to join the group. Chapter 11. Almost instantly, after I mentally clicked the approval button, a shimmer appeared next to me. A lanky, tan teen soon appeared next to me as the shimmer disappeared. He was wearing a rough, natural-colored shirt and brown trousers. He had pieces of fur wrapped around his feet and arms. His hair was disheveled, and he had dust covering all of him. There were 2 large stains and holes in his shirt. He looked tired, with black circles around his eyes. Harper? I did not know what else to say. I hope that did not look that bad. I glanced down at my own appearance, and I wasn't in terrific condition, but nothing like him. He looked up at me with a boyish grin. Yep, that's me. He looked around him quickly, noticing the fields of wheat and the farm not too far behind us. Well, this area looks fairly safe. How did you end up here? Looks like food is plentiful here. Do you have any? He eyed me intently. That was the most important question to him. To be fair, If it weren't for Jacob and Ruth, that would be the most important question to me as well. I have a little bit. Food has been very hard to come by. I walked to the edge of the road and sat on the grass. I pulled the bundle into my lap and slowly started to untie it. I looked to see what was laid inside. The bundle was still warm. Inside were several biscuits, a meat pie, a bag of dried fruit, nuts, and 2 apples. This was more food than I had seen this week, and the teenage boy was just staring at my feast. His eyes were large and hungry. I pulled out an apple and a biscuit and handed them to him. He quickly grabbed them and started eating quickly. I carefully wrapped up the remaining food. As soon as I was done tying it all back up, his hungry eyes were back on me. We have to make this last until we are done. I have no real skills for getting more food in the forest. He frowned, but nodded. I have been lucky, and I was able to catch a rabbit yesterday, but I had to eat it raw because I couldn't start a fire. Couldn't really eat it today because I'm not sure how bacteria and stuff work here. Food has been pretty hard to find here as well. If you get the opportunity to snag another rabbit, you want to snag it. We can bring it as a gift to the family that gave me all of this, and they may trade us more, or at least use their fireplace to cook it. I will try to do it then. We both stood back up, and it was the first time I noticed a large stick in his hand. I noticed the end was smeared in blood. We got on the road and started walking toward the dark forest. I have played a lot of games, but nothing like this. It is so real here, and it can hurt. I am still not at full health because I encountered a deer, and instead of it running like I thought it would, the deer started attacking me. I had to climb a tree to get away from it, but it still got me before I made it up. He touched his side with a large stain. I sighed. He knew I was a healer. He should have led with this, instead of the food. Priorities, man. I grabbed his arm and pulled him over to the side of the road. Let me see. My annoyance was clear as day in my voice. I had to admit, I did not know why I was already so annoyed with him. He was the same age as me, but then he seemed like a lost puppy, and I had enough things going on. I did not want to take on responsibility. However, as he pulled up his shirt, and I could see the large gash around his side, and dark veins creeping out of his wound, I couldn't stand by and not help him. He was just like me, and I was luckier than I thought. I gripped his side and pulled him closer to me so I could look better. He jerked back a bit, but then allowed me to pull him closer. He was nervously fidgeting. I did not understand why he was nervous, so I just ignored his behavior. The ever-present notification icon popped up in the corner of my eye. I felt like I knew what to do, so I ignored it for right now. This will hurt. I pulled off the edge of the forming scab, and blood started to flow out. I squeezed the area, and while doing so, I cast the healing prayer. Slimy black ooze flushed out of the wound with the blood. I cast the healing spell again when all the dark veins were gone from the edges of the wound. I looked up, and Harper was sweating, his face pale and clammy. I released the wound, and all that was left was a thin, jagged cut almost completely closed. On the ground was a pool of blood and an inky tentacle that was searching through the air and the area around it. I gripped Harper and pulled him up with myself, keeping my eye on the tentacle. That is when Harper noticed the creature, took his stick, and slammed it down on the tentacle, over and over. Finally, the tentacle stopped moving. There was a moment of awkward silence, and I decided the best thing to do was interrupt it. Anything else while we have stopped? He blinked, indecision in his eyes, when he turned and pulled his shirt fully off, laying the material on the boulder next to him. Something itches on my back. Every time I try to feel what it is, my fingers start hurting, and I have tiny specks of blood on my hands.
I quickly turned him around and inspected his back. There were two things that concerned me. Really, just one. This large leech-like thing attached to Harper's wound. You mentioned that you couldn't reach max health since you got your back wound.
Yes. Do you see something?
Yes, and you aren't going to like it. Stay still. He immediately froze. I looked around, searching the ground for a rock. Harper said after several moments,
"What's going on?"
1 second. Do not move. You could tell he was getting nervous, but was unsure what to do. Finally, I found a suitable stone. It was pointy and jagged on one side. I positioned myself facing his back and prayed. I slammed the most jagged part of the rock into the leech. Harper jumped forward and exclaimed some profanity. I quickly grappled him and pulled him closer. The leech took the opportunity to release from his skin. The leech was angry and looked ready to attack. It was not a normal leech. It had several rows of teeth. I almost freaked out. Well, not almost. I stabbed the leech and Harper again. This time, the leech fell completely off, and I started jumping on it. After the second stomp, I felt a gush under my shoe. Harper cowered away from me, his hand trying to reach his back. He stared at me and what remained of the large leech. There were flesh bits and a puddle of dark, red, thick liquid. Congealed blood, really. He looked back at me with his eyes wide.
"That was on me?"
he whispered, and I nodded at him, not sure he was ready for words. I stepped away, trying to drag my shoes on the grass to remove all the remaining bits. Harper also took a few steps back. "Let us finish healing you. I promise, no more stabbing anything on you. At least, I hope not. That is about all I can handle for the day." He nervously turned his back to me, and I prayed over the old wound. It slowly began to heal, and I was left exhausted. I couldn't help but fall to the ground, trying to catch my breath. All I wanted was to sleep, but now was not a suitable time. I opened the notification in the hope that it would distract me enough to stay awake until my energy returned. Congratulations, you have removed Level 1 Slime Infant and healed Harper's wound. You have gained 10 XP, but something is still not quite right. Investigate further. Congratulations, you have defeated a Level 1 Slime Infant. Your quick action saved your friend. You have gained 50 XP. Congratulations, you have diagnosed Harper Tinnell. Harper has been infected by a Level 2 Leech Mother. Kill the creature, burn the remains, and heal the wound. You gained 20 XP. Congratulations, you have defeated a Level 2 Leech Mother. Your quick action saved your friend. You have gained 100 XP. Congratulations, you have completely healed a Level 3 hero with multiplier conditions of 30 XP. Healing heroes doesn't generate a lot of experience. Good to know. Also, I noticed I didn't get any experience for healing myself yesterday. With all the notifications read, I dismissed the screen. And my head got slammed again with my exhaustion. 3 prayers at a time seemed to be my cap right now. Good to remember. Finally, I noticed Harper staring at me.
"Mana headache? This game is nothing like any game I have ever played. Mana, stamina, and health aren't just bars at the bottom of the screen. They freaking hurt when empty."
I think that's the point. A crappy point, but still. Wait, you have bars?
Not actually. That would have been nice.
That would be too helpful. Anyway, Harper, can you help me up? We have got to get going if we don't want to spend the night in the forest instead of a comfortable bed. He just blinked at me.
"You have a bed? Like a real bed? I have been spending my nights in a cave."
That explains the leech and the black slime thing. But yes,
I have a deed to a rundown cottage that will be very wet the next time it rains. And inside that cottage is a straw bed that has a wonderful enchantment that prevents pests."
"That's awesome!"
He offered his hands, and I grabbed them, and he easily lifted me up.
"How did you get an enchanted bed?"
I accepted the class Priestess healer, and I was granted one miracle by my goddess.
"You have a class?"
I still do not.
"Man, you're so lucky."
I shrugged off his observation because part of me really did not believe it to be true, but I saw the state Harper was in and thought that I was. My inner thoughts were bordering dark, and I tried to keep it on the bright side. Even if that was my natural state of being, I could not afford to let the depression take over here. I did not have time to wallow. We started walking. Harper had to slow his pace to match mine, because I couldn't match his speed or long steps. The sun continued to travel, and Harper wouldn't stop talking. He talked about waking up in-game with a letter from Jeremy saying he had a car accident, and it would be at least 6 to 8 months of recovery time, and to let him know of any issues in-game. Harper had experienced similar concerns as me: no food, no footwear, no weapons, and just trying to survive in the forest landscape he'd chosen as a starting location.
"There must be a local village because it's a starting area. I just cannot seem to find it. Honestly, I think it's because I am human. I wanted to play an elf but did not get the choice at character creation, so I decided to choose an elf starting location. My guess is that elves have always been snobbish and looked down on humans and the like, and, well, they have stayed far away from me."
He sighed in frustration.
"With no starting quests, it's been brutal to level up. No gear, no skills. How have you managed it?"
I have mostly focused on skill building, to be honest, and in my village, there have been several people who need healing, which produces quite a bit of experience. The road slowly changed. The well-packed path began to sport weeds and other vegetation in the middle of the road. The wheat fields disappeared. Trees began to emerge from the horizon. The road became smaller, barely large enough to fit a cart or wagon. The forest soon surrounded us, and the road started to become less distinct. The trees got bigger and slowly began to black out the sun. By this point, Harper had stopped talking, his eyes dancing around. The feeling in the air was eerie. "Do you think we are in the forest of darkness?" I whispered.
"No, the trees are the same, but bigger. I would think the trees would be different."
I was surprised he noticed that, and he was probably right. I walked closer to Harper, as close as I could without impacting our speed. Several times I thought I saw eyes in the forest, but when I looked back, they were gone. It seemed like ages, but we came across a fork in the road. One sign pointed left to Darkness Woods, the other to Wilburn, wherever that was. We turned down the fork, and it was not long when both Harper and I noticed the trees change. They became twisted, the dark a pitch black, very distinct. I also felt in my gut that these were the right trees. We both looked around carefully. I guess it's now or never. I walked up to the tree and noticed the dark bark bubbling up in several places. There was only one bubble, upon closer inspection, that looked like it had burst. I had kept the jagged rock from earlier and tried to scrape some of the bark away at the spot. A thin sheet easily separated from the tree. I continued the process, finding several other open sections of the bark, and was able to pull sheets off the tree. I began to harvest in earnest. I made a pile on the ground, not sure where else to store the bark. As I set a particularly large piece down, a sound of crackling leaves echoed in the forest. I stilled, and Harper grabbed his stick and held it like a baseball bat, waiting for the pitch.
A black snake with yellow eyes lunged for Harper with no warning. Harper swung, missing the snake, but forcing the snake to change directions. I shrieked in terror, stepped back, and tripped over a tree root and fell, putting me at eye level with the snake. At that point, I froze, and the snake, sensing my weakness, changed direction toward me. Luckily, Harper did not freeze. He took the moment that the snake was distracted and swung, hitting it square in the head. The snake coiled back and hissed at Harper, his focus squarely back onto Harper. They circled each other, each taking every offensive move they could. Finally, after an intricate dance between human and snake, I realized I had to do something, not just wait around like a damsel in distress, even though I was, for the record. I gripped the jagged rock in my hand, and every time the snake's body got close to me, I struck. But I couldn't make contact. Really, all three of us kept failing to connect our blows. Finally, out of dumb luck, I connected. There was a hiss, and the snake lunged in my direction, which caused it to end up in Harper's staff's path. The snake seemed dazed after that. It sunk down and tried to slither away. I was fine with that, but Harper followed and swung again. The snake barely moved out of the way and took the opportunity to lunge and bite Harper's fur-wrapped ankles. Harper just continued to beat down every part of the snake until the snake stopped moving. Harper looked worse for the wear. Not that he had much wear left in him. He collapsed on the forest floor, and I got up only to feel my ankle twinge. I carefully made my way to Harper. "Let me see where he bit you. I have no idea if that thing was poisonous or not." He carefully unwrapped the stiff fur covering his legs and pulled it away from his foot. Already the area was bright and puffy. Barely one puncture wound was visible, but I went straight to work. I grabbed some bark from my pile and handed it to Harper. "Chew this." He put it in his mouth and twinged with every chew. I massaged the leg toward the ankle, and a small bead of clear, yellow-tinted liquid came out of the wound. I cast the healing prayer, but I knew in my gut it wasn't going to fix the wound. I saw the notification icon and hoped the information I needed was there. I opened it, and the text filled my screen. "Failure. You were unable to harvest darkness bark. Congratulations! You have successfully collected 7 darkness bark after several attempts. Congratulations! You have developed herbology skill. You have gained 100 XP. Congratulations! You have developed blunt weapon skill. You have gained 100 XP. Congratulations! Your party has defeated a level 3 darkness serpent. You have gained 150 XP. Congratulations! You have diagnosed a level 3 hero, Harper. Harper was struck by a level 3 darkness serpent and is now poisoned. Luckily, the antidote is made from the ingredients in its natural habitat, darkness wood, ghost mushroom, and pearls of light. You have gained 30 XP. You have been poisoned. We need darkness wood, ghost mushroom, and pearls of light. Do you by chance know what any of that is? Harper shook his head in bewilderment. Let me look around, and hopefully it will be obvious. Don't let me wander off too far while I'm focused. He nodded and grimaced in pain. He had slowly paled. And keep chewing. I took my small pile of darkness wood next to him, so he had access to it without having to move. First up was ghost mushroom. Mushrooms would be somewhere dark and wet. I looked at the ground, pushing dead leaves gently back. I am not going to lie, it felt disgusting. Slimy, wet leaves sliding against my hands and fingers. I slowly moved into the forest, checking frequently that I could still see Harper. He had moved closer to a tree, so he leaned against it and sat upright. After looking back the millionth time and refocusing back at the forest in front of me, I noticed that one tree looked different than the rest. It wasn't dark and was grayer than black. I got up and started walking toward it, favoring my good ankle. No sooner had I passed the little clearing of leaves I had made while combing the forest floor than I tripped over something. I closed my eyes and prayed it wasn't living. Turns out I am not actually into really killing things, but I will if it touches me. I prepared myself and looked down. Old mildew leather met my eye. I bent down to get a better look, and it was only a gross old backpack-like thing. I let out a huge sigh of relief. Who knew what goodies were inside? This was why I loved gaming. The goodies. And thus far, there were not enough of them. I pulled the leather bag, and it cleanly came away. I walked back over to Harper. Found something. We can look at it together once we find the stuff for the antidote. He nodded. He was beginning to breathe heavily and sweat profusely.
Hey, so you know I have a debuff of 3 minutes. Every time I chew on some of the bark, it resets, which means I am going to go through this quickly. I will let you know if I need more of the darkness wood.
Oh, crap. A 3-minute countdown. What happens after the timer goes off? I doubted it was just going away. So I picked up speed and headed to the gray tree. My eyes went to the ground, and I carefully started dragging leaves away from the roots. I found a small hole there. Now I knew I should not stick my hands in there. That would be stupid. I could look in it, but putting my face right in front of the hole seemed like a bad idea too. Nor did I just want to jam a stick in there and make something mad at me or destroy the very thing I was looking for. I truly felt like this was a lose-lose situation. What I wouldn't do for a flashlight. I lowered myself to the ground, trying to look, expecting something to jump out at me. What I found was unexpected, but I had hope. A faint luminous glow came from the hole. Small, transparent mushrooms. My gut instinct was to grab them, but there were still dark corners that I could not see. I carefully put my hand in, ready to pull it out as quickly as possible. I slowly gripped one of the mushrooms close to the entrance. As my hand clasped around it, the feel of the mushroom took me off guard. It felt like sour cream, and as I tried to tighten my grip, the mushroom just collapsed and was destroyed. I pulled out my hand in confusion. My hand was clean. Well, except for the dirt that was previously there. I was missing something, but was not sure what yet. I saw my notification icon had popped up and wondered what information it would give me. Failure. You were unable to harvest ghost mushroom. Yes, that was not helpful. I had no idea that I had failure to harvest. I mentally rolled my eyes. I would have to think about how I could harvest the ghost mushroom without destroying it. While I thought about that, I needed to start looking for the pearls of light. I had no idea what those could be, so I had no idea where to start, like I did with the mushrooms. The forest was quiet and dark, and once again I was overwhelmed by the impossibility of it all. I could not let the darkness in my mind take over. I needed to distract myself. Maybe the pack? It would definitely distract me, and maybe something useful was in there. I picked myself up both mentally and physically and went to Harper. He seemed stable as long as he continued to chew on the darkness bark. I saw the pile was diminished. Harper could not afford to run out. I probably needed to collect more before we went through the pack. So I went to the original tree I worked on before. I began to work on collecting more. After I collected a large handful, I added it to the depleted pile and sat down next to Harper. I found the ghost mushroom, but I have no idea how to harvest it. I do not know enough about the pearl of light to gauge what it is referring to. He just nodded. The pain was written on his face, the cold sweat covering his face. Let's look in the pack. Maybe something in there is useful. Again, I got a weak nod. The leather pack seemed hard and brittle with age. I opened the front packet. A knife, cup, and a plate. What treasure! In another pocket were dried herbs I knew must be super useful, but I had no idea what for. Another pocket held a hook and a string, I assumed to fish with. And lastly, I opened the large pack to find a large, leather-bound book, a bottle of dried ink, a quill, paper, a stack of letters, and a small leather pouch. I open it to find several tools, a scalpel, a scoop, and tweezers. What the heck are these used for? I looked at Harper, and I realized as soon as I did that he would have no idea.
Check the book. What is it?
He whispered. I nodded and looked at it closely. I opened the cover. Dear Aramath, I have worked diligently these past 20 years to write down all my knowledge of herb lore. I have sent this via carrier so you can see that it gets copied in all the great libraries, Weston, Shuren, Calpilli, and Turl. I want my name to live on. I have also sent a copy of the tools I used and need 10 sets for my students here. The courier has been trusted with the funds to purchase them. Thank you, Helenoth. I hugged the tools as soon as I realized these could help me collect the ghost mushroom. And then it hit me. The book. The book might know what the pearls of light were. So I started flipping through the book, keeping an eye out for ghost mushroom and pearls of light. Finally, I saw a picture that captured the detail, but not the beauty of ghost mushroom. I doubted any drawing could. I could barely describe the translucent glow. Ghost mushroom. The ghost mushroom has 2 stalks that grow to form one cap. It is transparent with a dim green glow. It typically grows in the roots of gray ash in the darkness woods east of Weston. The ghost mushroom is used in several antidotes and poisons because of its mystical properties of separating death essence and life essence. Known antidotes. Darkness serpent venom antidote. See antidote's name for complete recipe. Death scorpion venom antidotes. See antidote's name for complete recipe. Death curse lure. See antidote's name for complete recipe. The ghost mushroom is very fragile. It is semi-fluid, and any pressure dissolves the mushroom into a liquid, and oftentimes it is destroyed. The key is to gently press both stalks with the scoop. This should melt and fall into the scoop. Carefully let it settle for 2 minutes. The mushroom should permanently solidify to store and use. Warning: do not eat ghost mushroom without casting an essence remover. Fantastic! Not only did this tell me how to harvest the ghost mushroom, but it also gave me a recipe for the antidotes. Harper, with what's in here, I think we can do it. I kept flipping until I found a picture of a berry with the title of Pearls of Light right above it. Pearls of light are small berries wrapped in 2 dull brown leaves. The berry got its name because the shell of leaves opens and presents the pearl only when no light is present. Once on display, the pearl begins to illuminate. Many people also refer to this plant as fey berries. The fruit is a darkness essence remover. It removes the darkness essence by converting it into light essence. It is used in antidote and holy rituals to destroy the undead. Known uses of darkness serpent venom antidote: purge undead, regent; ghoul venom antidote, and purify, regent. To harvest the pearl of light from the clam bush, you must wait until it blooms. Carefully take the pearl away from its shell. Warning: do not damage the pearl until use. It becomes ineffective. Warning: do not consume pearl unless inflicted with a darkness disease, venom, or other malady. This book would be exceptionally useful. There was so much here. I wondered if I could do anything to help Maggie or Sam. I quickly cleared out the notifications. Congratulations! You have advanced herbology from level 1 to level 2, 200 XP. Congratulations! You have been offered the quest. Finish the mail delivery. Deliver the mail to another mail carrier or hand-deliver the letters to the recipients. Rewards unknown. Congratulations! You have been offered the quest, Helenoth Legacy. Ensure Helenoth's book is published at the 4 great libraries, Weston, Shuren, Calpilli, and Turl. Rewards unknown. The first quest I easily accepted, but the second one I was not sure I wanted to accept. I did not know if there were any penalties for not completing quests, and Weston was closed, but I had no idea how far away the other cities were. In the end, I knew I would feel guilty about using the book if I did not complete the quest, so I accepted that one as well. So Harper, good news and unwelcome news. Good news, I will be able to make the antidote with all the instructions in here. The unwelcome news is we are spending the night in the woods. Well, until I collect the Pearl of Light and make the cure. I do not care if we have to walk during the night. I don't want to stay here any longer than we have to. I agree. Is there anything I need to do? I don't think so. Not sure you could even if you wanted to. He nodded in agreement. He didn't look very good, but no worse. I put my hand on his forehead, and he was hot and clammy. I am going to collect the ghost mushroom, find the clam tree, and harvest as much as I can of the darkness bark. I do not want to come back to these woods for a very long time. When night comes, I will be able to pick the Pearl of Light and make the antidote, and then we can get out of here. He nodded as he put another hunk of the bark into his mouth. I'm not gonna lie. It reminded me of someone chewing tobacco, and it made me cringe a little. I turned away with a leather pouch of tools and headed to the gray ash tree. I got on my belly and looked into the void below the tree. Very slowly, I began to harvest the ghost mushrooms. When I pushed the edge of the scoop into the mushroom, it once again disintegrated. The second time, I went even softer, and I was able to allow it to fall into the spoon. I got excited and pulled it out, and that was when it disintegrated yet again. I must have hit something on the way out. The third time was the charm. I emptied the small cavern except for 2. I was not sure how much auto-populating had happened here, but I wanted to know where another batch would be if I had to come back, and with my current luck, I would have to come back. I had destroyed the first 2 mushrooms, but succeeded at the rest, excluding the last one. I got in too much of a rush, and once again it disintegrated. At some point during the harvesting, my notification icon had popped up. Failure, you were unable to harvest ghost mushroom. Failure, you were unable to harvest ghost mushroom. Congratulations, you have successful harvest 8 ghost mushrooms. Failure, you were unable to harvest ghost mushroom. Congratulations, you have advanced from level 2 to level 3 in herbology. You have gained 300 XP. I dismissed the screen. The forest was getting darker. It was the late afternoon, but the forest was so thick it blocked out the sun. We might not have to stay as long as I thought, but I still had plenty of work to do. I began searching in earnest for the described clam bush. The large snake must have held its territory well, because I did not see any other life in the forest. I was almost out of sight of Harper when I caught sight of the clam bush. I almost missed the unique brown leaves, but I knew I needed to double-check and make sure I got the right bush. However, as I was making my way, I realized I would lose sight of Harper. I could not safely do that. I was just going to have to trust that was, in fact, the right bush. So I made a leaf clearing so I could easily find the spot again. I walked back to Harper and moved to a different tree and started to harvest more bark. I was going to need a large supply, so I focused on harvesting. I had to strip 2 new trees and head to a third when I realized how dark it was. It was getting harder to see. It would not be long before the light would be completely gone. So I collected all the herbs in the pack, excluding 3 doses for Harper. That gave us 9 minutes. All right, I hate to move you, but I don't want to lose sight of you, and it is getting too dark. He nodded. For the record, my jaw hurts, and I am confused about why For the record, my jaw hurts, and I am confused about why all I can think about is food. I laughed. Harper used the tree to help him stand up. It's because you're a teenage boy. He slung his arm over my shoulder. You're not wrong, but I am so ready for this to be over. We slowly made our journey to the clearing I had made. Ditto, they missed the fun factor in this game. Starving and pain aren't on that list for me. True, but you can't say it's boring and not realistic. We need more starting gear. Yeah. We made it to the leaf clearing I'd made, or at least I thought we did. We could barely see the clearing. I propped Harper on a nearby tree. He leaned heavily on the tree, and he was having a tough time staying standing, but he stood. He seemed stronger in this moment than I had believed him to be. There was still a small fragment of light coming through the trees, and slowly it disappeared. When it had completely vanished, I saw it. The tiny pearls of light. I felt mesmerized by it. The light was stronger than I had anticipated. The pearls lit up the area just enough to see. I walked hurriedly to the bush. Don't bruise the berries, Cassie, I whispered to myself. I took a deep breath and slowed myself down. I carefully picked them, and I kept repeating the book's guidelines as I did so. The first 3 tries, I ended up damaging the berries, so I just threw them on the ground. I was able to collect 8 when I realized my hand was full and I had nowhere to put them to collect more. Anywhere I stored them, they would become bruised and useless. These were going to have to stay in my hand because I had nowhere safe to store them. I was able to collect 2 more, completely filling up my hand. The light was now a little less dim because of the pearls I had collected. I made my way back to Harper. Let's go. He wrapped his arm around me again for balance, and I paid close attention to my hand carrying the precious berries. We made our way back to the road. It was lighter there. I was able to see the sun close to the horizon. We did not have much light or day left. Plus, our 9 minutes were almost done. I shifted, trying to grab several doses of darkness bark and handing it to Harper. Sorry, you're going to need to chew a little bit more. I need to make the antidote. I hadn't thought that through. I had forgotten to calculate the time it would take to actually make the antidote. I set Harper on the edge of the road, leaning against another tree. I carefully found a spot next to Harper and placed the pearls of light there. Harper, please guard these. This was the hardest to get. He nodded. I pulled the book out of my pack and flipped to the antidote. There were 2 recipes for the antidote, one that could be stored and an immediate use antidote. I glanced over the instructions and realized that the stored required more materials than I had. The immediate use one was very simplified. Darkness serpent venom antidotes. Immediate use antidote. Take darkness bark and chew very thoroughly. Do not swallow any of the juice. Finely chop ghost mushrooms and let dissolve in patient's mouth. Once all the particles are completely dissolved, then place the pearl of light into their mouth and have them swallow without chewing. If the pearl of light isn't swallowed correctly, then the antidote will not work. I summarized the antidote to Harper. I gave him a fresh piece of darkness bark. He chewed while I broke the mushroom into as many small pieces as I could. He gestured he was ready, and I placed the tiny bits of mushroom in his mouth. Harper kept his mouth open, letting me watch as the pieces dissolved. I could feel the magic taking place. It did not take long for it to become a translucent black liquid. I took a pearl of light and placed it carefully inside his mouth. He quickly swallowed. I looked at him closely and was about to burst with anticipation. Well? The debuff is gone, but I still don't feel good. I reached for him and offered a healing prayer. How about now? Not really. I think it's mostly that I am just regenerating everything. I will be okay. He seemed to be gathering his strength. I picked up the pearls of light, not sure what to do with them, really. I would hate to leave them behind. I dug through the bag again, looking for anything safe. Then I came across the dried ink bottle. I removed the cap and put them in. I was not sure if the ink would do anything to them, but it was my only option. I turned back to Harper. Are you sure? He nodded. Do you want to try to get out of here now, or do you want to wait a few minutes? Harper started to pull himself up, which gave me my answer. Chapter 12. We started walking back toward the village. With the quest almost done, I took a huge breath, letting the stress roll off of me. That's when my stomach decided to protest loudly, and Harper started to laugh. I agree with your stomach. Can we eat now? I laughed with him and moved to sit on the edge of the road. I pulled out the food pack. I broke the meat pie in half and handed him a piece. I took a bite and left this world for a moment. It was so delicious. Harper made this grunt that reminded me of my last boyfriend. I burst out laughing, and Harper joined in. We are so pathetic. I couldn't agree more. We finished eating the meat pie and finished the rolls and apples. Let's save the dried fruit and nuts for breakfast. We have a lot of walking to do. I packed up the remaining food and threw the pack on my back with the courier bag. I followed Harper on autopilot while I checked my notifications. Failure. You were unable to harvest pearls of light. Failure. You were unable to harvest pearls of light. Failure. You were unable to harvest pearls of light. Congratulations. You have successfully harvested 10 pearls of light. Congratulations. You have advanced your herbology skill from level 3 to level 4. You have gained 400 XP. Congratulations, you have made a level 1 antidote. Congratulations, you have developed the potion skill. You have gained 100 XP. Congratulations, you have completely healed a level 3 hero, Harper. You have gained 30 XP. I dismissed the screen and looked around me. The sun was gone. I could barely see the outline of Harper. He stopped, and I slammed into him. I have to stop. I cannot see any hazards on the road, and I already have a few small cuts on my feet. It is time to find a place to rest. We can take turns sleeping. You can sleep first. I nodded, but I guess he could not see me. I had forgotten he didn't have shoes like me. What a lifesaver Ruth's generosity had been. Okay, are you sure you don't need to sleep first? I will be okay. I am getting used to only getting 2 to 3 hours since I arrived. There is actually a skill for sleep deprivation. Mine is already at level 5. Thanks, Harper. I never would have survived that serpent, and I doubt I would have had the courage to try. Don't worry about it. I've had more food today than I have had since I have been here, and you keep patching me up. It's a shame. As soon as the quest is over, you have to return. He nodded. We can join each other's groups from now on and still help each other out. I would like that. He sat down next to a tree and leaned against it. I sat next to him, and he pulled me down to lay my head on his shoulder. Sleep. I will wake you up when we have to. Although it felt a little awkward leaning on him, it was nice not to feel so alone.
Honestly, I was tired. Exhausted, really. It was the most physical activity I'd had in ages in this universe or my own. Not only that, but the stress of having so many people's lives in my hands was heavy. I had to push all the anxiety away. And then I started to feel the tendrils of depression try to tear me. My mother and my father came to mind. The guilt of not contacting them. I shut those thoughts down. It did not take long before exhaustion took over and dreams took over my thoughts. My mother and father were sitting at the dining room table, and it looked like Thanksgiving with so many plates of food. I sat down, and we all ate with gusto, laughing and smiling until the lights went out. I could hear hissing and a scream as a darkness serpent lunged at my mom. It struck her, and she paled, and I stood there in shock, unable to move as my parents tried to fend off the serpent. The poison finally hit my mom, and she fell, her face pale, sweating and twisted in pain. She reached for me. "Heal me, Cassie." That seemed to force me awake. I looked around me and sat up. My head had ended up in Harper's lap, and I was a bit taken aback by my surroundings. Harper spoke up. "Glad you woke up now. I was about to wake you. I can't stay up any longer." I had to mentally shake myself. That nightmare had felt too real. As real as this game. The image of my dying mother had gotten to me. "Thanks, Harper." He leaned on the tree and closed his eyes. They closed for like 30 seconds before he opened them again. "What's wrong? I can feel something is off." "I had a nightmare." He hugged me and pulled me into his chest, and he closed his eyes again. Within minutes, he was quietly snoring. Once he was, I relaxed into his arms. There was something in that embrace that I needed. Harper was more than he appeared. He was strong, caring, friendly, and brave, hidden under the goofball exterior. Those were not bad qualities at all. He was a good man. I kept looking around, well, as much as I could while imprisoned in Harper's arms. I noticed some movement in the tree right before I heard an owl hooting. This forest was different than the darkness forest. It just felt safer, like a normal forest. I kept my eyes open, looking around, but they soon grew heavy. At some point, I remembered thinking that I just needed to close my eyes for a brief second. Chapter 13. I woke up to the sounds of birds chirping, the sun climbing the sky. Harper was already awake, and the guilt kicked in. "I fell asleep. I'm sorry, Harper." He nodded. "Luckily, nothing attacked us during the night, but I'm not putting you on watch duty anymore." I bowed my head in shame. "I am sorry. It just felt safe, and I just meant to close my eyes for a second." "Cassie, I get it. The first night here, I fell asleep in the forest and got attacked. I barely was able to escape, so maybe I am just paranoid." "No, you're right. That's an RPG basic. Create a night watch schedule. It's just different saying you are going to do something and then actually doing it." "Cassie, it's fine. Maybe first watch is better for you. We will try it next time. If you want to make up for it, where's breakfast?" That made me chuckle. Definitely a man. Food top priority. I pulled off the food pack and opened it. I split the food in half and handed him his portion. It did not take long for the food to be gone, and our stomachs were not yet full. "Are you feeling better, Harper?" "I feel really good. I slept the best I have since coming to this world. Having someone to help is comforting." I nodded. I felt the same, but was unwilling to say it out loud. "Well, Let's get going and get you safely home."
I smiled at him, and we started to head home. Home sounded nice. But as I walked down the road, I remembered the cottage with the holes in the roof, the weed-filled garden with no food, the people relying on me, the wool that needed to be spun, Maggie, porridge every morning, the daily walks to the lake. Honestly, remembering Harper's experiences, I knew I had been very lucky compared to him. It was hard to imagine, but I knew it to be true. "Harper, where is your starting location again?"
"It's in the East Forest, Elven territory."
"Well, if you ever make your way here, I know you would be welcome here. These folks are kind. I know this area isn't super adventurous, but it's a good place to call home."
"Maybe. I have my own quests to finish there first. Maybe you could help with those."
"Yes, just give me a heads up and we can plan. Next time I want to be a little more prepared. We got very lucky to find that courier pack."
"That we did."
Our journey continued with talks about missing our families and stuff about home. After the sun had made it to the top of the sky, the wheat fields came into view, and it was such a wonderful sight. It made me speed up. I took the lead, rushing toward Jacob's place. The sun was almost 3/4 done with its journey when I saw the barn and farmhouse. At that point, I ran. A notification popped up, but I ignored it. I got to the door and saw Harper stay back, but I gestured him forward. He hesitantly came to the door, and I knocked energetically on it. It took a few moments, but Ruth opened the door. She reached out and hugged me tight.
"You made it back. We have been so worried about you. When you did not make it back last night, we were just frightened. Jacob almost went out looking, but I told him to give you one more day, hoping you would return."
She squeezed me again. She froze when she saw Harper. I looked back. "Ruth, this is Harper. He helped me, and I wouldn't be alive without him." I beamed at him, and then Ruth.
"Well, I am grateful you took care of our priestess, Harper. Our village has been blessed by the goddess, and we rejoice in her safe return."
I was a little put off by Ruth's rhetoric. It seemed impersonal, not what I was used to from Ruth. "Ruth?" I asked, not sure what I was asking.
"My dear, you are our priestess, and all respect must be given to you, especially with visitors."
Then I understood. The hero was not local, and formality had to be upheld. This put a new twist on things. I knew they were not going to let this unknown adventurer stay here because he was just a passing stranger, and seeing their wealth, they may become a target. I didn't understand why Jacob had picked me up the first day, except maybe some unknown game mechanics, or it could have been that I practically cried the whole time I was with him, and he took pity on me. "Well, Ruth, I just stopped to deliver some of the darkness wood I collected." I pulled the food pack off my back and pulled out 4 pieces of the darkness wood bark. "Thank you again."
"Thank you, priestess. I will tell my husband and Sam that you came as well and are safe."
I turned and walked back to the road, with Harper carefully following me.
"That was pleasant,"
Harper stated. I just laughed at his sarcastic comment. "You are currently an outsider, Harper. So you better visit often so the people can breathe around you." He shrugged. "It took me half a day to walk from my cottage to Ruth and Jacob's place." He looked back up to the sky.
"It will be well past dark. Are you sure you'll be able to make it?"
"I can." I paused a moment. "I am not a great runner, but since it's the final stretch, maybe we should run the rest of the way. We can make it before nightfall." He shook his head.
Look at the two of us. We are both tired and sore, and our stats suck. With luck, our stamina will bottom out and we will collapse, forcing us to sleep outside again. I didn't argue. He was right. We can try power walking if you want. Let's do it. We both shifted gears and speed walked. My breath soon became ragged and my leg muscles burned, but I pushed myself. We needed to get back to my cottage and sleep. Harper continued to look worse for the wear. Putting some details together, I knew he needed a good night's rest and filling food. We both needed that. I would be thrilled with some of Maggie's porridge at this point. Dusk came, and we could finally see the lake. I was worried I would not be able to make it before my body forced me to stop and shut down. I felt like the cancer had come back to ravish me. We made it to the lake, and I collapsed, grabbing handfuls of water and drinking as much as I could, then breaking, only to start over again a few seconds later. Harper had a water skin. He filled it up and gulped it down. "How much longer?" Harper asked between gulps. "Not too much longer." The mosquitoes had come out and had started to try to feast on us. I truly hated bugs, but I knew that being by the lake at night was kinda asking for it. I had finished drinking and had taken huge gulps of air. "Come on, let's finish this." Harper was the smart one. He'd remained standing. My legs were protesting every moment, and I was not sure I could stand back up. Harper came to my side and helped me up, but for a second, I thought we were both going to fall. He started half pushing, half dragging me on the path up the hill toward my cottage. My whole body was humming with deep soreness and pain. If it had just been me, I would have crawled off the road and fallen asleep for an hour or two, knowing I would pay for it via mosquito bites, and that was the best-case scenario. But I could not let Harper down. I kept moving, barely, much more slowly. Every step was an accomplishment. The sun had completed its journey, and there was only the light of the moon and stars. I then spotted the outline of my broken-down cottage, and relief flooded me. I could do this. As much as my body was trying to fight against me, Harper was next to me and saw my determination. He pulled both of us, and we made it. I walked inside and fell into the bed. I rolled over to the far side, slid off my precious shoes, and gestured for Harper. "Come on, we can finish the quest in the morning." I fell straight to sleep, not waiting on Harper. The same blasted light woke me up. In an odd way, it was comforting. But in another, that hole was the bane of my existence. Not only that, but I could barely move. My muscles were sore all over. I closed my eyes and moved to my side to hide from the light. It was way more effective than I remembered. "That's not fair. I can't bury my head. How do you handle the bright beam every morning?" My eyes opened again. My face was buried into Harper, not straw or pillow. Why did I think I had a pillow? I didn't have anything as nice as a pillow. It's the bane of my existence. I have no idea how to repair a roof, but I hope I can manage it before a large storm hits. Wish I could help, but I have no clue how to patch roofs either. It's okay. Hopefully, if I am really lucky, I can get some money scraped together and get someone to fix it for me. I paused and stretched. "All right, I need to see Maggie. Move over." He got out of bed and offered his hand to help me out. "You are so polite. Thanks, Harper." He blushed beet red. He seemed to withdraw a little overall. The night's sleep really improved Harper's look. No more dark circles under his eyes, and his movement was more fluid. His skin had a healthier glow. I got out of bed. Wow, you really needed sleep. You look a lot better. I didn't know he could blush any more, but he did. I laughed. In my medical opinion. I winked at him, trying to fluster him more. I headed out the door and went to Maggie's, leaving Harper behind. I knocked on the cottage's door. "Maggie, it's me, Cassie." I heard movement, and Maggie opened the door.
Good, you're back. I was worried about you. Now, go fetch us water so I can make some porridge.
The very thought made all my muscles ache, but I didn't outwardly groan as much as I wanted to. Before I go, I wanted to let you know that while I was out getting the darkness wood, a young man saved me. So I brought him here to rest this morning and hopefully eat before he goes home. Maggie hesitated a second.
That was kind of you. But, my dear, we don't have a lot.
I nodded and understood. I was hoping that the extra darkness wood I brought could sell for a few coins. She nodded.
If we run out, you're the one who has to skip the meal.
Thanks, Maggie. You are so very kind. I grabbed the 2 buckets and ran out of the cottage. Harper was poking his head out of the cottage. "Come on, you get to help me carry water before breakfast." He stepped out and took both of the water buckets. "Thanks. I always have a tough time carrying this back." We walked down the path. "So, what do you plan for your character here?" I asked. "Well, I have not been offered a class. Another player I was able to chat with mentioned that you have to do something that resonates with you and the game. Afterward, you would receive a calling. I was called to be a priestess healer. Honestly, my main goal is food. Not sure how those got combined, but the constant hunger eats at me. I think that and a little sleep are the most difficult parts of this. I know this is better than real life right now, the ability to get healed, but I wouldn't classify this as fun. I want to give it a few more days before I decide. If it was too easy, it wouldn't be fun either. Plus, I am sure they will offer a $19.99 starter pack or something like that." "You're probably right. I would totally spend the money right now. How old are you, by the way?" "I am 19. I was in my freshman year of college before I got sick. I was able to get medical leave of absence before my health went completely south. I turned 18 the day before my wreck. I would be beginning the spring semester of my senior year this fall, but it looks like that won't happen. Another year for me. You could always just get your GED." We continued to walk, and we made it to the lake. We filled up our buckets, and many villagers were out. Several people were interested, but I ignored them. That is, until I saw Adam. The boy eagerly waved, and I eagerly waved back, with a huge smile. He walked up to me. "Priestess." "Hi, Adam. Is everything okay? How is your father?" His excitement went up a notch, if that was possible.
"Well, he is able to work more. I still get the water every day now because I am very strong, almost as strong as Papa."
"I am so glad you are able to help your family." I smiled and gestured toward Harper. "This is my friend Harper. He helped me get the darkness wood for George. I don't suppose you could let George and Rebecca know that I have returned and that I have medicine for him?" Adam looked curious, but fearful of Harper. I have never experienced that hesitation here. It threw me off guard. Maybe because I chose this as my starting location. Adam ran off, and I looked at Harper. "I think you must get a reputation bonus by choosing the location as your starting area." He nodded. "That makes sense. Probably why the elves haven't outright attacked me. Come on, let's head back and get some breakfast." We walked, enjoying the view of the peaceful village. We made it back to the cottage and went straight to Maggie's. "Good morning, Maggie. Maggie, I have brought Harper and the water we needed."
"Come, Let's eat, Maggie stated. Will you grab the bowls, Cassie? Harper, please take a seat. Cassie will serve you.
Yes, thank you for the food. I grabbed the 2 bowls and a plate and separated out the porridge. There was barely enough. I handed out the 2 bowls to Maggie and Harper. I kept the plate, which had the least amount. It was my fault we were low on food. Harper shoved the food down quickly. I was not far behind. Harper and I hadn't eaten since yesterday morning. He was done licking his bowl clean when I started scraping as much off the plate as I could. Once I was done, I turned to Maggie and saw that she was also done eating. Her bowl was as clean as ours. Maggie, I was able to get plenty of darkness wood, ghost mushrooms, and pearls of light. Do you know anything about them? She shook her head.
I am just a weaver. Now, one time I got asked about adding pearls of light to sheets, but I was warned against it by an herbalist.
Thanks, Maggie. Harper and I are going to work in the garden until George and Rebecca come. Then he will head back home.
Okay, Priestess.
Oh, stop that. I waved my hands at her and headed out of the cottage, Harper close at my heels. You can help me weed while we wait. That way, next time I will have more to offer you. He accepted his fate. One less weed I had to pull was a win for me. We went to work. By the time the sun had reached its peak, we had one last section to complete. I also spotted George and Rebecca on the trail headed here. Adam had pulled through. I was thankful because I had no idea where they lived. Harper, company. He glanced up and went back to work. I gave the couple a huge smile when they arrived near the garden. They looked at Harper nervously, but nodded at me. Come to the cottage. I have the darkness wood. I pulled myself up and dusted myself off as I spoke. When I made my way to them, I gestured toward Harper. Harper saved me from this large snake as I was harvesting the darkness wood. I'm so fortunate he was there. They followed me. Harper did not make a move to follow us, so I just continued on to the cottage. As we left Harper's hearing range, the couple immediately relaxed, and Rebecca spoke up.
Thank you so much for bringing us this gift.
You're welcome. Now you will need to drink darkness tea for 2 weeks. I pulled out the number of doses that were needed. Ruth just beamed and hugged her husband.
We have a small token of our appreciation.
They offered me a small basket that Rebecca had been holding. I took the offering hoping for more food. Thank you, and the goddess blesses you. The prayer went off, and they seemed delighted and left. I was going to head back to the garden when Harper poked his head in. I teleport in 30 minutes if I don't activate it before then. Well, let's divide the loot. I already got the quest rewards. They gave us a goodie basket, too. I sat on the bed and pulled a scrap piece of fabric off the top. Inside were several wedges of cheese. I handed him 2 wedges of cheese. If you don't mind, I will keep the other quest items until we are ready for another adventure. He nodded in agreement and looked over his reward. You should probably keep the cheese. You have fed me this whole trip. Don't worry about it. I have a garden and good people here. You need that to continue to get stronger. He nodded and made his prize vanish. Cassie, thanks again. I better be off. No, thank you. Just message if you need anything. And with a blink, he was gone. I felt very lonely all of a sudden, but I went back to my garden and continued working. I quickly finished weeding. I was able to identify some onions, carrots, and potatoes, and a few herbs. But the majority of the garden was empty. It had been quite some time since this garden was last tended. I sat on the edge of the garden and opened my notifications. finally ready to read them now that I was close to tears with Harper leaving. He was a good guy, and I hoped we could see each other soon. Congratulations! You have developed the running skill. You have gained 100 XP. Congratulations! You have increased your endurance attribute from 5 to 6. You have gained 600 XP. Congratulations! You have increased your farming skill from 2 to 3. You have gained 300 XP. Congratulations! You have progressed to level 4 human. You have 3 attribute points and 1 skill point to assign. You must assign points to attributes and skills you have used to gain experience this level. Intelligence, +2, 11. Wisdom, 9. Fortitude, 5. Dexterity, 9. Endurance, 6. Strength, 5. Beauty, 7. Charisma, 8. Luck, 8. Several things were grayed out. The ever-present luck was a choice. Intelligence, endurance, dexterity, and fortitude were also choices. Luck seemed to be working so far, so that was an easy choice. Fortitude seemed so low, I chose that one as well. The final one was again intelligence. I knew I had a very large tome to read and could learn so much from it. Might as well help myself along. Failure. Your luck is not with you. You only have access to the skills you have increased this level. Barter, 1. Hauling, 3. Weaving, 5. Laundering, 1. Grooming, 1. Farming, 4. Medicine, +2, 3. Running, 1. Prayer, +2. Blunt weapon, 1. Orator, +2. Herbology, 4. Potions, 1. Congratulations! You have completed the quest, Darkness Tea. George and Rebecca are much too old to leave the village, so they have requested your aid in retrieving the ingredient you prescribed to cure George's condition. 14 units of darkness bark need to be returned to George and Rebecca. Rewards, 800 XP. 2 members for your congregation and 1 silver piece. Congratulations! You have converted a level 8 human non-believer. Rebecca Shoemaker is now part of your congregation. You will receive 2% of all experience gained by her. Look at you. You have so many followers. You have gained 800 XP. Congratulations! You have converted a level 9 human non-believer. George Shoemaker is now part of your congregation. You will receive 2% of all experience gained by him. Look at you. You have so many followers. You have gained 900 XP. Congratulations! You have progressed to Priestess Healer 3. You have prayed to the gods, and one has chosen to hear you. Seraphina, the goddess of protection and healing, has gifted you with +3 intelligence, +3 medicine, +3 prayer, +3 orator. You now gain 3% of all your congregation's experience gains, and now gain experience for converting anyone into your congregation. You may also lose experience if you lose members of your congregation. You currently have 4 members in your congregation. Congratulations! You have increased your relationship with the village from guest to resident. People know where you live and now can visit you. There was deep satisfaction in having a home. Even in the real world, I did not have a home. I had moved to a college dorm and was sharing it with a stranger. It did not feel like home. At my parents' house, my room was already repurposed, so that did not feel like home anymore either. I knew the next several weeks would be challenging, but at least I had something to center around, and hopefully, food would soon be growing. The quests highlighted my next several items to do, none of which were life-threatening, so I was able to breathe. I saw yet another notification pop up, and I immediately opened it. Cassie, I have not heard from you, and I am starting to get worried. Dad is telling me to calm down and that we would have been notified if something went wrong. He may be right, but I need to hear from you.
Love always, Mom. A few tears escaped my moist eyes, and I brushed them away and began to write my mother. I ended up telling her everything. The story poured out of my fingers, the battle with each emotion, and I had ranted about snakes for at least 2 paragraphs. By the time I had written my story, I was exhausted mentally. The sun was barely over the horizon, the light almost gone. But I felt so good just to tell my mother what had happened to me. But instead of sending, I pressed delete. I knew everything I had written would be redacted or altered anyway, or sent back to me completely. So I tried again. Mom, I am doing fine. Still cannot really talk yet. I love you. Give Dad a kiss for me. Love, your daughter, Cassie. This has been The Priestess Becoming, written by Maranda Wilson. Read for you by Angela Olfast. Copyright 2022 by Maranda Wilson. The end.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.